Good morning. Hello, I Love Lamp. You're back. How are you doing? You are not late at all. I forgot to put up a scheduled event yesterday on my YouTube channel, so you're not late at all, man. You're right on time. Right on time. That's what you are. Also, if you want to, I can share a Sora 2 code via DM. If I share it here, other people will use it, which I don't want. That's okay. I have Sora already. I have Sora access. Although I haven't really used it much. I went in and played around with it a little bit. But yeah, I just haven't made too much with it. I've seen some funny videos that people have made though that have been pretty good. Hello, Ducky Dev. Well, that's awesome, Ducky Dev. Sounds like you're kicking ass and taking names with more projects. Before long, you're going to have your own version of all the core pieces of web technology implemented yourself. Got a reverse proxy, got a DNS server. Didn't you write like a database, some sort of database in Node.js? Now you just got to convince a bunch of people to use it. That's the hard part, huh? Unless you just made all this stuff for yourself. Actually, the DNS server is for NetGo as a name server. Ah, nice. So all part of your same project, huh? Well, that's cool, man. Now you just gotta, I guess now you just gotta have people adopt it, or, I mean, I don't know. I guess what is your end goal, right? Did you just build this stuff for fun? Scrapped my Unity game. Oh, that sucks. Turns out I accidentally used URP instead of the one I wanted, HDRP. I don't know what either of those things are. So I don't think I understand the significance of either of those choices. But that really sucks. It sucks to have to start over. Alright, this one is pretty simple. Time to sit in this stream and pretend to be a productive member of society? No, I mean, that's what I do, is try to be a productive member of society. This started as a home lab thing, like a private one. Oh, okay, nice. So I guess you're just gonna keep working on it for just for fun? Universal render pipeline, high definition render pipeline. So I guess the high definition just means your game looks better at the end of the day. Is that the idea? I'm just gonna actually steal all this. call it over here. Agent output. Yep, and somehow transitioning between both is hard. Oh, that's crazy. I can't believe they don't make it easy to migrate, because you probably have a lot of work sunk into this thing, huh? At this point? Yeah, that really sucks, man. Oh, excuse me. So, let's see. This guy needs a topic brief. Okay, so this guy actually needs var topic brief equals, excuse me, topic test data factory dot topic brief dot generate. Boom, look at that. All that work we did yesterday on the topic brief, it comes in handy today. And then we'll do interviewer results equals results dot okay. Why is this complaining? Argument cannot convert something to something or other. Oh. Ooh. Do I not have any way to just like new up a success? I don't think I do I? Oh no, I can. New success T. So I can say new success topic brief. Does not contain a constructor that takes one argument. What do you mean it doesn't? Oh, I have to type it. Okay. There we go. Now everyone's happy. Now everyone's happy. Okay. I think this is actually going to fail the first time we do this because I need to refactor the researcher method. Sounds identical, but it's hard. Yeah, going from universal to high definition, yeah. Now working on another game. You go on elevator, it stops at each floor where you rummage through stuff and try to survive as many waves of zombies as possible. Well, that sounds fun. It's crazy to me that you've, in 2 days, built 2 games, though. I'm not that productive. Doing this for the fun after all. Yeah, no worries with that, man. I would have used Godot, but Unity looks nice. Yeah, I would like to try Godot, and I would like to try Unity at some point. I think the key for me with the game development piece is I need to find a game that I actually am excited to play or make. Or maybe like, I think it would be fun to make a game for my boys, you know, make a game for my sons. I can't seem to find the motivation to take up game development, but I would like to have the experience, you know. I'd like to know what you guys are talking about when you talk about Unity and all that kind of stuff. Oh, let's see. Wish there was a way to hover the error message. The input does not contain. Oh, so we need to come over to our researcher here, and we basically need to refactor this the same way we did the other one. So instead of var list of chat messages. And then we'll say messages, and we'll pass in the message.value.toString. Chat role dot user. Excuse me. Default parameter value must be a compile time constant. Hold on, I must have messed up. Yeah, I don't need that there. Okay, then I can come over here. I'm going to turn this into messages. And the other, is that how I did it on the interviewer yesterday? I think that's how I did it. Yeah. And then we'll catch any JSON exceptions. There's probably a better way to do error handling here. It's just I'm not being super thoughtful about it. I think I need to get some use out of this tool before I decide how I should handle everything. Let's see, we do, this is going to be strongly typed to research agent response. If this succeeds, then we'll set the research response. This guy is angry because it says it cannot convert from interviewer to research. This guy's still angry. Why is this guy still angry? Cannot convert null literal or possible null literal value to non-nullable type. Okay, that's new. Oh. There we go. Gotta have that nullable character in there. Now our test should pass, I think. Right now I'm doing the most basic way of making this game because I'm not a whole team. Yeah, I think that's the best place to start regardless of if you're a whole team or not, right? Like, just get it working first and foremost, get it working, then get it working well, right? Or maybe get it working better, then get it working well, or something like that. But you shouldn't worry about doing the most optimal thing when you're starting out. It's just not a good use of time. All right. Next test. This is the happy path. Public async task. Handle async. When called. Excuse me. And response contains research brief. It should return a writer's brief. I know somebody out there is saying, Steven, why your method name so long? But this is how you write C# test cases in XUnit, or really any .NET framework. Your test methods become your test names, right? You know how like in JavaScript or TypeScript, if you're using something like Mocha or Vitesse or Jest, you know, you have the ability to pass strings as the name of your test. But in the XUnit world and the InUnit world and the MS test world, your test names are just your method. So your method names. So my method naming convention in C# is always the method under test, the conditions under which are being tested, and then the expected result. So sort of a method, when called with these conditions, it should handle this response. Okay. We can copy a lot of this. We can copy a lot of this. And the only difference here is instead of it returning a chat message with the agent output, it's going to have a research brief JSON. We'll come up here and we'll describe that real quick. So we'll say var research brief JSON equals JSON serializer serialize the research brief. And then we need to make the research brief. I'm kind of writing this code backwards, aren't I? Sometimes that's a nice way to do it. Like, who have I heard say this? It's like programming through wishful thinking. You know, you're writing code that you wished existed, and then you go and make it exist. So test data factory dot research brief dot generate. Autocomplete kind of screwed me there. So obviously, like wishful programming, right? Wishful thinking. This isn't there, but that's how I want it to be. So I need to go make it so. And then this should be of type success. And then I should be able to say, let me skip that up. I should be able to say, whoops. Holy crap, what keeps happening there? My cursor keeps jumping. Oh, it's folding the line. I was like, why does it keep... We should be able to say var success equals result dot as success writer brief. Oh, we should probably assert that to up here. Then we can say result dot value. Whoops, nope. Success dot value. Success dot value dot should be equivalent to no, value dot research brief, like this. Oh, we could also say the topic brief. We could also make sure that that's the same too. So we could say success dot value dot topic brief dot should be equivalent to topic brief, like that. All right, obviously that doesn't work yet because we need to go implement that test data factory method. Prodhob, can you teach me hello world? Like, you want to know how to write a simple hello world program? Prodhob? That's... I mean, I can show you how to write a hello world program. I can show you how to write a hello world program in C#, Node.js, Python. I can probably do it in Go too. But yeah, I mean, if you want me to, yeah. Okay, here's how you do it. All right, Shift Tab, right? Well, okay, Prabhav. First and foremost, you're gonna have to have your languages, the prerequisites. Oh, Python. Okay, that's what I say. You're gonna have to have some prerequisites set up on your machine. So, if you can't open a terminal and you can't say Python -- version like this, if you can't do this, oh my goodness, Steven. If you can't do this, you have a problem. You don't have Python installed on your machine. So you need to go and make sure Python's installed on your machine and it's in your path. Then pick your editor of choice. I'm just going to use Notepad. We'll say notepad main.py. It doesn't exist, so I'll create it. Then we're gonna say printf, or just print, I think. Hello world. I don't think I have to use printf. Then we'll save that and we'll say Python main.py. Boom. There you go. Hello world. The wonderful thing is that experience has been selling people on Python for so long, and now I can do the same thing with thank you, Steve. Oh, you're welcome, Rob Hop. I'm glad I could be of assistance. I thought Steven was going to add a semicolon to it. Yeah, I probably would have if I hadn't been thinking so hard about it. I was like, don't add a semicolon. Don't add a semicolon. Don't do it. So what I was going to say is the wonderful thing is that now I can do the same thing with .NET. So let me show you that happening. This is pretty cool. So we can go root directory. We'll copy my global.json to here. We'll list out my .NET SDKs. We'll grab the release version real quick. This won't be necessary once .NET 10 gets released officially. We'll put this here so we can use the latest features in .NET 10. All right, this is how simple it is to write hello world in C# now. You can say notepad index.cs for C#. Yes, then you can say console.writeline hello world. Save it. You do need a semicolon. Save it. Come back here. You say .NET index.cs. Booyah. Looky there. C# is as easy to work with now as Python. I'm so excited about that feature, man. I can't stop going on about it. Prob Hop. How long does it take to learn Python if you have no serious knowledge of coding? Not long. If you really do want to learn Python, this is where I'd send you to. I think chat probably has some ideas about where they would recommend you go. But I would say this is the place you should go. So go to Google, google.com. Do a quick search for Python for everybody. And then check out this site, py4e. And you'll be in a great starting place. Give yourself a month or two, you know. If you want to learn Python, check out Dr. Chuck. His course is really good. I don't think it would take you more than like a month to get like the basic syntax down, and then obviously you need to actually build stuff. But you could totally do it in 2-3 months. Is it useful to learn Java? I think that's kind of like, is it useful to learn coding or programming? You know? It's definitely useful. Whether or not it accomplishes your end goal is completely contextual on what it is you want to do. People used to tell me C# was hard. I think C# can be difficult for some people. I mean, that if you're coming from a JavaScript background, or if you're coming from a Python background, if you're coming from some place where it's very much dynamic types, where you can just, slap an any on everything and just go on with your life, I think it can be a little overwhelming. Like stuff like this, like generics. I mean, there's even TypeScript developers, right, that struggle with generics and TypeScript. So when you come to C#, I think it's very easy to get kind of overwhelmed with some of the boilerplatey pieces of the language. But once you get familiar with it, it's not so overwhelming. And that I actually think people coming from a TypeScript background can pick it up the easiest in my opinion, it feels the most similar and familiar to me. Thanks so much. Of course, Prahab. I'm always happy to answer questions. I may not always have a good answer, but I'm always happy to try to help answer a question if I can. God's sake, my messages keep getting hidden by YouTube. Anyways, I found 2 free VPSs. Oh, awesome. Very cool. Yeah, my free VPS right now, the only cloud VPS I have is hosted in Oracle's free tier. There's not a lot of free tiers out there anymore for VPSs. Most of them have gone to like a $5, like $5 a month type of scenario. I actually have a bunch of free credits still on Fly.io. I know Fly.io doesn't really let you do VPSs, but you can basically run containers on it. But there's really not like DigitalOcean. I think their VPS is $5 a month. Hetzner is kind of a similar price point. I think for bang for your buck, Hetzner is still the way to go. Like if you want a beefy VPS, like dollars per month for what you get for those dollars per month, they still offer, I think, the best deal. Sorry, I wanted to check and see what my dashboard, yeah. How do I get to my billing? Huh. Yeah, I have a $50 balance on Fly. I need to come up with some. I need to come up with something to do with those $50. The only thing I run over there on Fly.io right now is Obsidian has like a community sync plugin that I've been using, and I host a CouchDB instance on Fly.io. All right, where were we? So we have interview agent, and what are we trying to do here? We're trying to fake a research brief. We'll say research brief. It's a property with just a getter. That's always set to a new faker of type of research brief. And then this is going to need a similar type of situation. It's going to need a custom instantiator. And the reason we have to do that is because research briefs have no public parameterless constructor. So what things do I need to provide? I need to provide a research brief, which is a string, an array of research points, an array of additional resource. Okay, so we'll say f.lorem.text, f.lorem.text, and then I probably need to add some other fakers because this wants a an array of research point and an array of additional resource. So let's come up here, public static faker research point. JKP, thanks for subbing, man. I appreciate you. It's very kind. You're the man. $5, ow. Yeah, I mean, $5 isn't that. I know. $5 isn't that much. But still, I know for a lot of people, they're just looking for like, a 2-core machine with a, 4 gigs of RAM. Like most people are looking for a VPS to run like a couple containers or a single container, right? And they're not looking to deal with a bunch of users or a bunch of traffic. They just want something where they can run their own things, right? And you would think some of these hyperscalers would be able to subsidize people like that, right? Because my thinking is if you subsidize small creators wanting to iterate and build lots of apps and run those apps and host those apps. My thinking is, if one of them hits, right? So let's say you give out VPSs for free, really small machines, and you spin them up, and maybe even do what Azure does with its app service plan, where there's like cold starts on your machine or something type of thing. So your machine's almost like provisioned on demand after so much time that it's been sitting idle. But my thinking there is, from a hyperscaler perspective, if one of those things that somebody builds takes off, well, that's future business for you, right? Because what are they going to do if they have a really successful product or app? The easiest thing to do is just to either vertically or horizontally scale within the hosting, within the place that they're already hosted, right? I guess that's my thinking, but maybe there's enough people running around out there taking advantage of free tiers that they actually lose a lot of money doing that. Give me free compute. What do we want? Free compute. When do we want it? Now. That's what I sound like, isn't it? Hello, Steven. Just stumbled upon your channel. It seems pretty cool. Do you do C++? No, I don't. The ultimate. I appreciate that. Thank you for stumbling upon it, and thanks for sticking around long enough to drop a message. I appreciate that. But I don't really write C++. So I mainly write TypeScript and C#. And then for this year, for Advent of Code 2025, my goal is to try to complete as many days as I can using Go. So if you come to my channel during the month of November or December, it's a good bet you'll find me writing Go. And we'll see how well that goes. Heck, give me 1 gigabyte free RAM, I'd be happy. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the on-demand provisioning would be a fair balance, right? Like, I kind of feel like a lot of free services, like Vercel's free service used to be like that. The Azure App Plan service used to be like that, where you get a pretty generous free tier in terms of compute resources, but essentially they're provisioning and setting up your thing on demand after so much time of inactivity, right? So it's like, if you host something there, that's fine, but after an hour, it shuts off. And so if someone tries to hit it, with the request, it's slow to start, basically. I feel like that's a decent trade-off, right? Because then people can say, are they willing to pay for an always-on machine, or are they okay with just having cold starts? Val Lucis. Wow, I just wrote a heck of a message and it apparently disappeared in the cyber nowhere. Well, I'm sorry, Val. That kind of sucks. Boo, YouTube. EDL. My parents keep telling me to get a job, but I'm only 36. Well, if you're, I can tell you this, man. My son is 9, and I already tell him that at 18 he better have his next steps figured out. He better be going to school or getting a job, but he's not sticking around here. Val, I switched from C# to Python. It made the project to go from 100,000 of hardware to pretty much nothing at all. That's awesome to hear. Well, I mean, it's not awesome to hear that Python requires you spend 100K on hardware. That sucks, because I think Python's a plenty fine language. But that does illustrate kind of the benefit that you can get with a compiled language sometimes, right? Is the footprint, right, can be smaller. It can be a little bit more performant. So that's pretty cool, man. Yeah, I think C# a wonderful language. I'm very excited. .NET Conf is coming up in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, roughly. Yeah, well, I think it's the 11th through the 13th. I'm actually going to take off work those days and just hang out on YouTube and watch .NET Conf all day. The 11th, the 12th, and the 13th. So if you're interested in C# and you like that kind of stuff, I would encourage you maybe have YouTube pulled up in the background at work, or maybe see if you can get the days off. It's a virtual conference, which is really nice. because it doesn't require you to, spend a bunch of money or anything. .NET Conf. Here you guys go. It's all virtual. It's all on YouTube. It's a ton of fun. If you are a .NET enthusiast, come watch .NET Conf. This is where they'll also debut .NET 10. They'll debut the new Visual Studio 2026. Any presentation that you see that has David Fowler on it, that will be worth watching. Scott Hanselman is very good. Maddie, she's on the Aspire team. She's the PM for the Aspire team. She's very funny. Very, very funny personality. Mads is great. He's on the Visual Studio team. This is not the Mads that everybody thinks of with C#. This is the other Mads. He works on the Visual Studio team. Damian Edwards, him and David Fowler are kind of like, they're like partners in crime, these two guys. They work on a lot of projects together. They usually present together. They have really funny presentations. And then Safia, I think she's been at Microsoft for a little while, but I've gotten some exposure to her on the .NET Aspire work. And she seems like a very good engineer. And there's the dates of the conference. So if I can convince you to come try out .NET Conf, come do it. Like I said, it's all online. It doesn't cost anything. You just show up, go to the presentations you want to go to. And if you don't, that's no big deal either. You know, you guys know how I feel about that. Use the tools you want to use. Yeah, I was joking. I'm not 36. I'm not an unk like you. I think you're the first person to call me an unk on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I am older. I'm 32. I have 2 kids. I mean, it's kind of crazy. My oldest son's 9. So basically, in terms of like parenting, I'm like halfway. My youngest son's 7. So technically, when my youngest son is 9, then I'll be halfway done essentially with raising my kids. Which is kind of wild to think. We were actually at my oldest son's football game yesterday, and a lot of my son's friends' parents, right? They're much older. Most of them are like 10 years older, 12 years older than us. And me and my wife were saying, it's kind of weird. Like by the time I'm 45, both my kids will be finished with school and on to the next thing, whether that be college or a job or whatever. And I'll only be 45 years old. Hopefully I'll have a lot of life left in me by the time that happens. But it's kind of weird to think about. Val Luis, I meant the C# project required $100,000 hardware. Later, I switched it to Python and SQLite. It became 200% more secure, and no, all that hardware required. What? Okay, I wouldn't have guessed that. I thought you were communicating the other thing. That's pretty crazy. I don't know what was going on there, but I guess C# really let you down on that one. Yeah, that's pretty wild. I wouldn't have guessed that, though. I would guess it wouldn't. I would guess you could accomplish the same thing in C# with less overhead than you could with Python. But maybe that's not always the case. In any event, I'm glad you saved $100,000. I want to grow up so I can legally be granted the right to say back in my day. Yeah. Well, it's always funny to listen to people who grew up, who worked in technology before the internet, right? Or listening to people who wrote code before there was LSPs. It's like back in my day, we just typed text into files and then hope the compiler compiled successful. Can you imagine that kind of a dev loop where you have no feedback in your IDE Like that would be pretty wild. I don't know if I'd be a developer if I had come up in that time. Honestly, to be just to completely honest, like excuse me. I was actually thinking about this the other day. When I was 18, so I was 18 in 2011. I did not have a smartphone. I did not have a laptop. I did have a Facebook account. I didn't have a Twitter account. Didn't have a YouTube account. I pretty much only used the internet for like looking stuff up, which is crazy because 2011 is not that long ago. Like in like the grand scheme of things, right? But just it's kind of crazy to think how much has actually changed in the 14 years that I've been kind of quote unquote an adult. The world is definitely a lot different. Oh yeah, that's just using C and Vim. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know, man. That sounds painful. Writing C in Vim and just relying on running the compiler, like again and again. I'm sure people came up with like nice, elegant developer workflows, but still, I feel like that would have been very painful. We take for granted all this nice language server protocol support we have. Whoops, not new research, new citation. Excuse me. I did not mean to burp in your ear. Cannot convert from citation to int. What? New citation array. Citation dot generate. Can this not be done with a why can't this be done with a collection expression? There we go. I think I was missing this guy, wasn't I? All right, now everyone's happy for the research point. Now we just need to do additional resources. And if you're curious what all this code is for, this is all just this is all code that just facilitates being able to generate test data really easily. Instead of having to new up all these types again and again in all my tests, I can just call a static method and it will give me an instance of these types. I used to write assembly like that too. Had so many docs. At least it's not manuals. Oof, that sounds painful, man. That sounds really, really painful. I don't think I would be a developer if the dev loop, or I don't think I would write code if the inner loop was that slow. If the feedback was like not as tight as it is today. I don't know, man. maybe I would because I wouldn't know any different, but it seems very, very slow in that type of a workflow. C# and SQL Server was a killer since it required everything to be online, which meant its constant online attack surface. Python and SQLite, on the other hand, gave me a solution beyond my dreams without needing all the extra costs. Interesting. So I guess, Val, my challenge to you would be, why couldn't you use C# with SQLite? Like C# works with SQLite. I have written multiple applications where SQLite was the data store for the C# application. So I don't think there's anything about C# that makes it have a bigger attack surface. Maybe SQL Server could do that if you have to always be connected to a distributed database, but yeah, there's no reason why you couldn't use C# with SQLite. I mean, I'm glad you saved all that money, but I'm skeptical that it was a problem with C# as so much maybe with a problem with how you were implementing that tech stack. And that could also be a bias. That could also be my bias because I like C# and I don't want people to think it sucks, but high definition rendering pipeline looks great, though I need to do so much more. Well, there you go. I guess you're on the right track. And I've actually been productive today. I've got 91 lines written. I kind of told myself when I sat down to stream today, I was like, you can talk to people, you can chat, but you need to actually write code today. I'm kind of up against the November deadline that I've set for myself. I need to get this thing put away so I can switch to Go when November hits. I guess it was the SQL Server that started me on another path. Yeah, SQL Server will do that for you for sure. I mean, there's a lot of people who have been shitty on SQL Server long before I was around, and probably long after I was around. But it's a super popular enterprise service in technology that a lot of large organizations still use. For me personally, I've come to a place. So the three databases that I've worked with the most have been Mongo, SQLite, and Postgres. And nowadays, if I can get away with using SQLite, I'll just do that. If I need a distributed store, then usually it's Postgres or Mongo. Mongo is really nice. So Mongo is a really nice database in my opinion. I know a lot of people have feelings about MongoDB. I enjoy MongoDB. The one thing that I will say is oftentimes when I do use MongoDB, I feel like I end up just storing a lot of relational data, and so then I end up recreating a relational database in a non-relational store, and so then it's like, oh, I should have used Postgres. But yeah, if you're doing something like maybe like a blog, you know, the thing with Mongo is their whole thing is if data is accessed together, it should be stored together, which conceptually makes a lot of sense. But in a lot of applications, you usually want to display entities with other entities, but then you also want the flexibility to be able to just to display those child entities by themselves. And so you end up in MongoDB a lot of times where you're like, okay, well, this, storing these comments with this blog post works well until I want to have a view where somebody can maybe review all the comments, right? Not just for a specific post, but maybe all the comments. Well, if your comments live as embedded documents in your post documents, if you want to display all the comments for all your posts in one single pane, there's not really a great way to do that now. There's not a great way to page it. There's not, you know what I mean? So then you end up like, oh, well, I guess I need to migrate and store all my posts or my comments in a separate collection, and I need to reference them by ID to the posts. And then once you're in that type of a schema, well, now you're essentially in like a relational store at that point. And MongoDB's done quite a lot of work to make reference by ID patterns more easier to work with, but this is not really how that database was designed to be used or intended to be used, I guess. Mohammed, what are you coding? So Mohammed, we've been working on for about 2.5 weeks now. We've been working on building an application to make my life as a content creator a little bit easier. It is basically it's an LLM powered app that makes writing blog posts a little easier. So the idea behind this application is you spin up the tool in the CLI, you ask the user to tell you about what they want to write about, and then you go through a series of basically what are a series of prompts to finally get to a rough draft of said blog, right? So think of it like you have an idea that's like 3 or 4 sentences, but you want to make it like a 4-paragraph or 5-paragraph blog post. But obviously a blank page is kind of an intimidating proposition in most creative endeavors. And so the idea here is basically for this tool to almost act like your ghostwriter to kind of help get you started. And then you can whittle that draft or even expand that draft to make it what you actually want to say. So it's not an AI slop generator per se. It's more about trying to make it more convenient to create or write without having to necessarily go and hire a professional ghostwriter, assuming you even had the money to do that in the first place. And then the other context I should probably give you, Mohammed, is we're using a framework from Microsoft called Agent Framework that was published at the beginning of this month. And this is basically, if you're familiar with like AutoGen and Semantic Kernel, which are both existing Microsoft libraries, they basically took those two libraries and kind of took the learnings, so to speak, and kind of put them together. And this services Python developers and it services .NET developers. But at the moment, I'm adding tests to my project because it's always good to have tests. Excuse me. Satisfied. Oh, yep, I misspelled it. No. Expected success.value, research brief to be Casper research brief. Let's see. But found null. Huh. Why did we find null? That's weird. What did I do wrong here? I set up the mock agent response. I returned a research brief of JSON. I gave it a topic brief. Gave it the interviewer results. Well, I guess we'll debug this thing. Debug. So I put a breakpoint in this other window. So there's the topic brief. Oh, it's null. It is in fact null. So why? So basically we weren't able to just serialize this for some reason. Why, I don't know though. I've done something wrong somewhere. I guess let's look at my other test that I wrote yesterday and see. Should be very similar. Why is this still complaining? Is satis. Oh. Because I can't spell, that's why. I'm gonna charge it. Yeah, you should definitely plug your laptop in. Your kids are lucky. They will grow up knowing what's a NAS and a VPS. Yeah, I mean, I guess they'll know what those words are. So neither of them have shown a particular proclivity or interest in computers. Really, they definitely like video games, right? They like what technology enables them to do, but neither of them are super interested in I guess neither of them are super interested in, how do I say this, the technical side yet. But that might change as they get older, you know? I think at some point I'd like to teach them to code, like teach them how to do a little bit of web development, some basic JavaScript, HTML, CSS. But we'll see. The whole idea was that the company has a bunch of trade secrets which I had to place in a database, which I need to integrate with Siemens systems, so I rewrite everything in Python, I guess. Huh. Sounds like an interesting project. I just don't feel like there's a lot of things that you can do with Python that you can't do with C#. Although there's definitely communities or like areas of software engineering that are better supported in Python. Like machine learning is a great example of where like you can probably get a lot more bang for your buck writing Python in the ML world than you can in the C# space, just because the machine learning community is largely decided that Python is their language of choice. TypeScript is trying to get in there, JavaScript is trying to get into that world, but it's so hard to like when another language has years and years of a head start in a community, it's hard to overcome that. Artworks used. For me, I'm just curious, how does an app run? What's an OS? How can I make an app runner? How does PC work? How to make a chip, etc. Yeah, I mean that is curiosity, man. Curiosity is important. And all those questions can keep you busy for weeks. What's an OS? That probably could keep me busy for a week. Or how to make a chip. That'd be pretty interesting. I think it's kind of interesting that chips start from those wafers. That's the part that I think is kind of crazy for me. And also like the chemistry of the lithography. That's pretty crazy too. Because what's that company called that does that makes all the lithography machine or lithography equipment? I think it's I want to say ASML, but I feel like that might be wrong. No, this is the company. So this company's technology, what they've done is like kind of nuts. Although I think I think there was a US based lithography company. Though sometimes it's too existential, like why do we die? Our lives are predetermined. Is there one creator looking over us? No, I mean those are the questions that have been keeping philosophers and mankind busy for many millennia. You know, so I think it's good to be curious. Yeah, if you're interested in chip manufacturing, there's a book called The Chip War. Yeah, this one by Chris Miller. This book is really good. If you're interested in like kind of the history of chip manufacturing and chip technology and both the past and the future, it's pretty good. Like I felt like it did a really good job of kind of laying a good like creating a sorry, creating a good map of the chip world. I really enjoyed this book. But to me, everybody talks about Nvidia and they talk about AMD and they talk about all those companies. But the one company that you don't hear a ton about is ASML. And ASML is the company that really makes all of this possible, right? Because while Nvidia does the design of the chips and TSMC and AMD and all them do the manufacturing, right? The operationalization of creating the chip. Without the lithography equipment, you could not etch the silicon. You couldn't translate the designs from the digital world into the physical world. So they're the company I'm the most fascinated by because they just they make the most incredibly complicated equipment in the world to produce the most sophisticated pieces of technology in the world. Like, can you imagine what it takes to build the lithography machine, and then you have to ship it to the manufacturing plant, then you have to install it, and you're talking about equipment that has to be crazy precise, crazy accurate, right? Like, imagine the techs or the people who produce that equipment, like the guys who work on actually fabricating or building that equipment. They must be exceptionally good at what they do. Okay. I need to figure out why this test isn't working and not talking about ASML. I'm stuck though. Okay, so for some reason, it doesn't like whatever this research brief is. And I'm not really sure why. So I'm just gonna test my theory real quick. So I'm gonna come up here and instead of text, I'm gonna say word. Because it really doesn't matter. I mean, I just want a string. We'll say word. All right, let's see if that does anything different. Nope. Still is not working. So why is it not working? In C#, what's the open square bracket, closed square bracket for? For like serialized field, for example. Oh, this right here. This is an attribute. We kind of talked about this yesterday. Somebody asked about if C# has what they call them. They call them decorators, I think, in Java. In Python, they call them decorators. But basically, it's a way to add functionality or information to a particular member in your code. For example, like by adding the fact attribute to this method, this helps XUnit discover the fact that this method is in fact a test method, right? So you can use it for marking members in your code and then using reflection to then like look over the syntax tree, to look over the what's the right word? You could use the reflection APIs in C# to look at your code and identify, oh, this method has a fact attribute. So that's one use case, right? But you can also use attributes to like extend behavior of methods or classes. So you can use like people use attributes a lot for validation, right? So if you have a class like research brief, you can add methods that do validation. Like you could say required, for example, right? There's also a required keyword now in C#, but you could use an attribute, right, to basically force this property to be populated. You could also do stuff like min length, right? So you could say the minimum length for the subject string is 20, instead of writing your own validation logic, right? So instead of implementing code that would validate this manually yourself, you can apply this attribute to it, and there's code in this attribute that will enforce that requirement. So you can use it for that type of purpose. Here's another example of using an attribute where we're basically saying this property, when you serialize it or deserialize it to and from JSON, instead of using the Pascal case version of subject, we want you to use the camel case version of subject, right? So they come in handy, And you can make your own custom ones to do things. A lot of people use them now in the source generation stuff. Ooh, basically it's a decorator. Yeah, it's the same, very similar concept to a decorator. Yeah, and so you can do a lot of cool things with them. I've seen a lot of people use them in source generator libraries. You like mark classes, and then people will generate additional code for that class at build time based on that attribute being present or not being present, which is pretty cool. All right, to be honest, I'm kind of getting frustrated with why this test doesn't work. So copy value. Shazi S, thanks for subbing. I appreciate you. Good to see you this morning. Hope you're doing well. Okay, what's wrong with this? So we have subject, we have thesis, we have research points, we have key point title, we have supporting data. We have all the things. So why doesn't it want to play nicely? Whoops, I think I just actually started another debugging session on top of an existing one. Whoopsies. All right, I'm gonna be gone for a bit. Watch a vid on optimizing in Unity. Yeah, man, do your thing. Live your life. Live your life, man. Good luck with your game, dude. Never mind. Oh, you're not gonna do that. Okay, fair enough. To say you can definitely go and do that, man. I don't want to hold you up. Okay, so I have JSON property on all those guys. I have JSON property names on these guys. Oh, you know what? I wonder if it's because there's a cyclical. Is there a cyclical reference in here somewhere maybe that's screwing up? Let's see. JSON serializer options. What's the default? There you go, reference handler. Gets or sets an object that specifies how object references are handled when reading and writing JSON. I'm pretty sure this guy, what is this guy's? This guy has two options, I think. By default, serialization does not support objects with cycles and does not preserve duplicate references. The serializer throws a JSON exception if an object contains a cycle. Huh. I don't think it has cycles in it. But for whatever reason I can't deserialize that piece of data. So we're going to dig into this a little bit and figure out what Steven has done wrong. So we're just going to comment all this code out. And then we're going to serialize it, and then we're going to immediately deserialize it. So we're going to say JSON serializer.deserialize research. Oh, you know what? I think I just figured it out. I'm an idiot. Interviewer. I think I just figured it out. Yeah. See, I'm generating an interview agent response here. And in my research agent, what I'm doing is I'm trying to just handle the research brief. So what I actually need to do, I figured it out. Don't worry. I figured it out. Okay, so we do need the research brief, but really what we need is we need a research agent response. Research agent response. Research agent response JSON. And then here, instead of research brief, we want research agent response, like that. We'll go to the test data factory. We'll come down here. Let's see, where is it? Yeah, right here. So what we want is, let's move this guy up to the top, just for some organization. This classes probably need to be broken up at some point. So public, static, oh, I guess it can't be moved up. Come down here, research brief. So we'll say public, static, faker, research, agent response. This is going to be research agent response. This has a getter. I know that these class names I come up with are not the most succinct. What are you gonna do though? Custom instantiator, pass in the faker object. Then we say new research agent response, like that. And then here, what we can do is we can say research brief dot generate. We can simplify this name. Wonderful. Now we can go back to our research tests. Okay, famous last words. This should work. Damn it. Expectation has property brief that the other object does not have. Damn it. Tigo, how are you doing? What's today's agenda? Today's agenda is more of the same from yesterday. We're just working on adding some tests to that same app we've been working on for the last couple of days. Hey, what's up, bro Heath? Good to see you. Woke up to my stream. Nice. Well, glad to see you. Hope you had a good night's sleep. Are you using the Arc browser? No, we're actually using the Zen browser. So we're giving the Zen browser a try for a little while. See if it sticks. I like the look and feel of it so far. So we'll see if it becomes the de facto. Oh. This should be research. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll actually say var research brief equals test data factory dot research brief dot generate. And then what we'll do is we'll come down here and we'll say research agent response, and that's fine. But instead of just, we'll say with, and then we'll set the brief to equal our research brief up above. That way in our tests we can verify that the research brief we get out is the one we would expect. Huzzah! It only took us an hour and 21 minutes to get our first 2 tests written for the research agent. But we did write 107 lines of code. That's probably more productive than I have been. Also, I probably need to... Those lines kind of end up on my face a lot, don't they? Let's see, can I move my desk a little bit? And probably slide to the right a little bit here. There we go. It's a little better. Artwork Studios, you asked the same question I had. What is DRM? Zen browser? I don't think Zen browser is like ChatGPT's browser. Val Lucis, thanks. Hey man, thank you for becoming a member. That is so kind of you. You are one of 8 human beings on planet Earth that can claim to be a member of the channel. So that's very cool, man. Appreciate you. All right, 2 agents down. I think we have 3 more to go. So we have tests written for research. We have tests written for interviewer. Let's go ahead and commit that. What? What is this? Huh. Don't know what that was. That showed up there. Get status. Alright, let's commit them, huh? Git, add, git commit, test, add unit tests for research. For researcher. Slide to the left, slide to the right. Yeah, it's kind of a game because you're always trying to maximize your screen real estate without also like covering your face up. Like I kind of want to be in this third of the shot now because I have that one. I don't normally have the line counter on, but I turned it on today because I feel like I've done a bad job at staying productive during streams the last 2 weeks. I don't think you're misremembering. The ChatGPT browser is just much more about being an agentic browser, like being a browser that ChatGPT could actually do stuff in, and the Zip browser is just a fork, I guess, of Firefox with a little bit of uh, improved UI experience, from what I understand it. And I'm pretty sure the ChatGPT browser, which is, I think it's called Atlas, is forked from Chromium. Which, does anybody find that odd? Does anybody find that a company that makes AI and claims that AI can write or can replace developers, right? That, 50 or 60. Val, hey man, thank you for sending those gifted memes. That's super kind. That is super, super kind, man. So now there's 18 people potentially. Let me give a shout out to Val here. At Val. That is too kind, my man. Thank you very much. Oh, there's a gifted. I've never gotten to use the gifted member alert. There you go. It's working. I appreciate you, man. That's super, super kind. Oh, okay. So what was I saying? So I was basically trying to shit on ChatGPT for a second, or OpenAI. Okay, so OpenAI, Sam Altman, right? He claims that AI is going to eventually be writing all the code that software developers write, right? It can do the job of a software developer. They even have a, what is it, codex that can actually go off and do long running tasks, right? So if a company can do that, why wouldn't they have Codex build their own browser engine? Why fork Chromium? And then why only release Chromium on Val's gifted memberships are still going off? That's awesome. Like, if AI is really that competent, I guess I just wonder, why didn't they write their own rendering engine? Why don't they have a Windows version of Atlas, right? A Windows native version. Why aren't these things a thing? Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just being naive. That's crazy. I didn't even know that was a feature. LL. Oh, the gifted membership thing? Yeah, it's pretty cool. And so Val hooked up a bunch of people with memberships. It was just awesome. Rohith, then we must call him Scam Altman. Yeah. I mean, and granted, somebody could counter that logic and be like, Steven, why would you reinvent the wheel? Right? Like, okay, I totally get it. You know, just stand on the shoulders of giants. I do it all the time. Like, I'm not throwing shade. Okay, so if we're not going to recreate our own browser engine, if we're going to build on top of Chromium, why couldn't we have both a Windows and a Mac native app? Could we not have our AI agents increase productivity enough that we have both a Mac and a Windows native app? Hey, what's up, JG Redlock? You are now a official member. Now, how many? Hold on, I'm gonna go see, because now I want to know exactly how many people on planet Earth are members of my channel. Also, if you're a member of the channel, trying to support. Oh, I appreciate that, Val. That's incredibly kind of you. And I always want to let you guys know, I do YouTube content for fun. So like, I never want you guys to feel like that it's because I need it financially, or that if I don't get financial support, I'm going to go away. I primarily do this channel for fun. I do appreciate those of you who become members. I appreciate those of you who super chat, but I never want you guys to worry that that's something that you need to feel obligated to do. I work a 40-hour-a-week job, like probably a lot of you do, and so you all never need to feel obligated to become members or to super chat or do anything like that. But when you do it, I am incredibly grateful for it. So thank you very much, Val. Let's see, how many? That's 18. It should be 18 now, I think, right? Or 17 or something like that. Yeah, we have 18 human beings on planet Earth that are members of my channel. Thank you guys. Appreciate y'all. Thank you, Val. Hey, Steven, now to think about this. Technically, this is your most profitable stream. Yes, technically, it is the most profitable stream I've ever had. And I guess technically now at some point I won't be able to say I've never made any money from YouTube. At some point YouTube, I guess, will eventually cut me a check. I'm not really sure how that works. I've never been paid by YouTube. Mahesh, hey, thanks for thanking Val, Mahesh. That's very kind of you. FYI, DRM protected content equals content like Netflix, Disney Plus, Spotify, Udemy, etc. So are you saying, Rohith? I'm sorry I missed that part of the conversation because I was so excited about all the memberships. So you're saying DRM in browsers equals the system that allows secure playback of protected video and content. So Rohith, did Val just give more members? Holy shit, Val, that's awesome. You're gonna make everyone in chat a gifted member. This is incredible. It's kind of cool to see, like, Landon Russell just became a member. Landon's been Maddox just became a member. Some of these people that are getting gifted memberships have been members or have been channel subs for a long time. Wow, thank you so much, Val. That's incredibly kind. So, Rohith, not to ignore what you're saying, I think Val is secretly rich. Well, I mean, it's super kind that he's willing to give money to support my channel. That's incredibly kind. So Rohith, if you're saying it doesn't have DRM support, are you saying that I can't use it to watch Netflix? I should be able to use it to watch Netflix, right? I guess I haven't tried. I'm gonna try really quick. Prakash, I randomly received a membership. Yeah, so we have a gentleman in the chat this morning, Mr. Val. He's going off on membership, on gifted mems. So you'll at least have a gifted mem, I think, for a month. So thank Val for me. That's crazy. I'm sorry about that. So I am sorry about all the alerts. I can turn those off if that's annoying you guys. I never expected to actually have anybody give me gifted memberships. Oh, you're right. So Rohith, more gifted Rohith, I just tried to watch Netflix and Zen and it doesn't work, so you're right. That does kind of suck. That's a little bit of a showstopper. Well, it looks nice. So maybe I just use it for streaming and doing development related activities. Now how many guys are members? I think now we have it's still the alert still keeps coming through. This is incredible. We have, let's see, sorry, let me get to my home page here. Rohith, yes, the player won't work. Well, Rohith, you are not telling lies, sir. We currently have 38 members. There's 38 human beings who are members of my channel. Who wants to Netflix when you have piracy? I'm not gonna say you're wrong, Suhas, but I'm also not gonna participate in the piracy. Val Luis 38. Yes, 38. So technically, I think 8 of them were members that I had originally, and then the other 30 came from Val giving 30 gifted members. So thank you, Val. That's very kind of you, man. Now I gotta figure out. I need to do some sort of members only thing for the members now. It didn't make sense when there was only 8 of them, but I feel like for 38 people, I probably should have some sort of members only thing. If you are a member, if you did get a gifted member, here's one thing you can do. If you go to http s://discord.stephenfreeborn.com, if you join my Discord server and you connect, make sure your YouTube account is linked to your Discord account, there's a members only channel in my Discord server. So that is one perk of being a member. You can also use any of these cool emotes if you're a member. That's my favorite emote, Emotional Jared from Silicon Valley. That's my favorite one. Within this month, though, gifted members is for 1 month. Yes, yep, gifted members just 1 month. It's almost like allowing somebody else to try being a member of a channel. Kind of on Twitch. Twitch has the same idea. I think they call it something a little bit different. But yeah, it's just like somebody being able to gift membership to a channel to somebody else. $38 mems. All right, I should probably go back to coding because that's why we're here, not to talk about how many memberships Steven just got. All right, so after research, it goes to the writer. So let's add a new writer test.cs. Still stupid expensive though. How much was it, Val? It's 99 cents. 99 cents per member. So that's a good $30 that Val just gifted to the channel to give other people members access. And now I need to make it enticing to be a member, right? To be honest though, I kind of made it a 99 cent membership because I thought that might be a way for people to show support for the channel that's not financially backbreaking, you know? That was a large reason I did that. If people just wanted to show appreciation and support, but maybe we can come up with some other perks. I don't know what other perks to really offer, so if you guys have ideas, I'm all ears for ideas for members, for perks for members. Yeah. Val, that was not trolling the stream at all. It was not trolling the stream at all. I am very appreciative to you, and I'm sure those that got gifted members or gifted memberships are also very appreciative. So thank you very much for doing that. It's very kind. Whoops, mock. All right, Val, keep them coming. Oh man, that's incredible, dude. That's way too kind, man. Chat, if you guys want me to turn the alert off, I'll be happy to turn it off for you if you would prefer I do that. Just let me know. I'm gonna leave it up because I think it's kind of cool. Maybe I'll just slide it up a little bit. So it's not on the code. Too kind. This is by far the most profitable stream so far of the entire of my entire history of being on YouTube. Yeah, I would agree, Arwisios. I think they need to be up. I'm going to slide them up just a little bit so they're closer to where the other alerts are. I never expected this alert to ever go off, so I didn't really... I don't think I tested it. So I apologize. Actually, I don't even know if I can. I think that's where it's just gonna be, chat. We're gonna give Val all the shout outs. Val, well, you are too precious, man. I've never had anybody call me precious, but Tyler, okay. I just got the membership notification. What's going on? Well, what's going on is we're streaming this morning, and Val has decided to gift a huge number of my subscribers with a membership. So if you want to thank Val, he's in the chat. Val is thank you again. But that's what's going on. Good to see you, Tyler, too. Glad you're here, man. Pro Style Gamer, good to see you guys. Thank you guys for stopping by the stream. I'm guessing the memberships are alerting people to to the stream, so thank you guys for stopping by. Add a rich kid tag to Val's Discord. Well, he may not be a rich kid. He could just be, you know, nice, well off, you know, takes care of his money, manages his money. He deserves it, yeah. Val, it should pass on in a few moments. Yeah, no worries, Val. No, that's perfect. I'm totally fine with the alerts. They don't bother me, you know. So I'm just appreciative that you took the time to spend what did you spend, 40 bucks? Yeah, 50 bucks. I'm just going based off member count. Thanks again, Val. I appreciate that, man. That's too kind. Yeah, $50. $50. I'm a thankful kid. Yeah, well, I'm an appreciative one. So thank you very much. I used Arc browser now. I tried to switch to Zen browser, but I like watching Udemy, especially browsers with toggle sidebars, so I will have fewer distractions. And Rohit, actually, that's why the Zen browser caught my eyes, because I can do this. I know this is so silly, but it supports vertical tabs, and I can do Control S, Control S. That was the biggest selling point for me. Which is so sad that that's what I want out of a browser nowadays, but what are you gonna do, right? Me too, but that's crazy. I lost track of how many people got memberships. Yeah, I lost track too, but I'm just looking at my YouTube studio. And so currently there are 58 people on planet Earth that have a membership to my channel, which is pretty cool. I never thought I'd have more than 20 subscribers, let alone 20 members. Well, I guess we all have Val to thank for a very memorable, a very memorable stream. Excuse me. It should return a blog post, I think is what we called this. Return a blog post. Yeah, that will be one for the history books in this stream for sure. We've never had activity like that before on my stream. That will be a fun one to go tell my wife about later today. I'll be like, honey, you'll never believe it. 50 people became members of my channel today. Oh, we actually have two. We have two handle async methods we need to call. When called with a writer brief. When called with writer brief. So let's test this one first. Okay, so we have a writer brief. We come in here. Yeah, so we really only have two scenarios to test there. So have I tried the comment browser? No, I have not. I use the Perplexity app. I do have the Perplexity app on my phone. I used to use Perplexity quite a bit. Like 6 months ago, I almost used it more than I did Google. And then for whatever reason, I fell out of the habit. So I do have Perplexity, but I think they have pretty strict usage limits, don't they now? I think when the app first came out, they were pretty generous. Yeah, like a lot of their features now are behind a pro membership, like search. They have search, but they also have a pro search. And then they have a research pro and they have a labs pro, which are all behind a subscription. And the problem is like a lot of these AI tools is the same problem you have with streaming is I can't afford to subscribe to every single one of these AI services, right? So we have to kind of pick the one we want to use. And so right now I picked Copilot and I picked Gemini. Those are the two that I picked. Wonder why it's not showing up that I have uncommitted lines. Did I turn off my line counter? Oh, it's because I need to add the file to my Git. Git add. I think that will include it. I wonder if that's a change I can make to my line counter to where it can diff untracked files too. Actually, let's do this. Git add, git commit, start out test class. There we go. Yeah, I might need to. Yeah, that's maybe an enhancement I need to make to my line counter. All right, so let's open up the writer in a separate window. Move into new window. This is the most productive way to write tests for me. Is I have my test file up in one window, and I have the method or the class that I'm testing in another window. And so because I'm just have the one vertical screen, I'm going to put the test on screen. I'm going to put the method being tested off screen. So we need a writer brief, which is going to equal test data factory dot writer brief, which we don't have yet. Generate. So let's go create this guy. This will be a faker of type writer brief. This does not need a setter, it just needs a getter. We're going to set this to a new faker of type writer brief. Excuse me, custom instantiator. New writer brief. This guy needs a topic brief and a research brief. Well, we have generators for that, so we can say f dot topic brief dot generate, and then we can say research brief dot generate. This is so, I mean, when you're dealing with test data, this is such an easier way to deal with test data, right? Just have it programmatically be generated, so you don't have to new it up again and again and again in every single one of your classes. Because honestly, if you're newing up objects at the beginning of your class and they're actually very complex objects, to me that setup actually distracts from the heart of what your test is trying to test. So if you can abstract some of that setup, make your test a little bit more readable, I think that's a win. This will be our researcher result equals new success of type T. I don't know why that said Taiwan calendar. Writer brief. We'll pass in our writer brief. And we'll say var results equals await system under test, handle async. This will take in the research result. It'll take in our mock context.object, and then it will also take in the current cancellation token. So this will be test context.current.cancellation token, like this. And we can say result.should be of type failure. And then the last thing we need to do is we need to actually stub out our response, or mock out our response. It's a better way to put that. How do you close just one file in Control F4? That doesn't seem very... Control F4. Control F4. That doesn't seem very intuitive. I'm gonna hit the hay, but we are still going to converse about C# versus Python and the Chat GPT. Yeah, man, I appreciate you. I appreciate you being in our stream. I appreciate all the members. You made for a very, very memorable coffee and chat stream. So thank you very much, Val. I hope you get a good night's sleep, man. I'm gonna be real. I swear I've seen that name somewhere else before. Okay. Yeah. First time seeing it. Dawid Alek Sander Witowski. Now that's a username, man. Good to see you here. Hello. Some people are gonna be like, wait, what do you mean I'm a member to this channel? I subscribed 1 year ago and haven't been here for a few months now. Yeah, you're right. You're exactly right. People are gonna be like, where did this membership come from? uh, I think it's kind of a cool feature. I mean, I think it's especially for channels who have, like you think of like the Primeagen, for example, right? So a big member, his number one membership perk on his YouTube channel is he posts his streams as VODs on his YouTube channel, right? So normally his live streams, the content is only visible while he's streaming, and if you're not there while it happens live, you can't watch it unless you're a member. Which I'm sure people have opinions about that. I'm not saying that that's the right way or wrong way to do it, but to me that's an example where gifted memberships, people would find a lot of value in gifted memberships because that would give them a month of access to a bunch of old live streams from the Primeagen. And so if you're a big fan of his, and you want to go back and watch a lot of the streams that you missed, that could be pretty cool. This should be... I can actually just copy this. Also, yeah, writer test. Yeah, I was like, hold on, am I in the right place? Yes, I'm in the right place. So writer test, we've got our mock, agent output. This is gonna fail though, right? This is gonna fail. So if we refresh and we run this test, this will fail, but we know why it's failing, and that's because we haven't refactored our method. Let's see, click run tests, right click for more options. Yeah, so if we run these, it fails, and that's because we haven't handled that in our writer class, right? So we need to wrap this the same way we have in other classes. So let's do that real quick. So we'll have writer agent response. We'll call this writer res. That. And then we'll wrap this whole thing in a try catch. And so we'll say try. Put that up here in the try block. We'll say we're going to catch this exception when E is a JSON exception. And if it is that, then we'll just return. You can also, if you're a C# person, you're probably thinking, why doesn't he do this? Because you can do this. You can just pattern match on the exception just in the catch directly. But I kind of like the way this reads better. This reads more like a sentence, which I find more readable. Catch exception E when E is JSON exception. And I think actually what I'm gonna do at some point is I'm gonna have a logger in here that's like logger.log error or log exception. I haven't added that yet, but I will. And with that change, it passes. Yay! It passes. To be honest, I'm surprised I haven't been subscribed for a year yet. Yeah, well, I've only been making content like programming and coding content on this channel for 10-ish months. I mean, I largely started streaming in December of 2024 during Advent of Code, and I largely started streaming on Twitch for most of that December. And then I didn't switch over to making stuff on YouTube till like January of 2025. So it's only kind of been 9 months or so, 10 months or so. I have an idea for members. What if you give members their own Discord channel, and whenever they message there, you're live, or message there and you're live, then text to speech will read their message out loud. I think that's a pretty cool idea. The only issue I'd have with that is, like, I'd want to censor it, right? Like, I don't want people being like going into the members channel and being like, fuck you, Steven, and then having that read out on stream. So I might have to see like how other streamers do that, how other streamers handle text to speech. Because I've seen like the Primogen does that. I've seen Tim the Tapman does that sometimes, where he turns on text to speech. So I might have to figure out. I mean, I'm sure I could implement it myself, right? But I'm guessing there's existing tooling that probably allows things like that to happen. But I think that's a great idea. I'd like to come up with some other benefits for members. I do think I want to do some members-only content, though. I know, chat, you guys might have some strong feelings about that. But I do think if I'm going to have people that do support the channel for 99 cents a month, the support is the primary reason I offer the membership. But I do feel like it would be nice to have some members-only content for those folks as a way for me to say thank you back, right? To say, I really appreciate you guys' support. Here's a member-only video, or here's a members-only stream, or something like that. So it isn't meant to exclude the subs. It's just as a way to try to say thank you for those people who can afford to show support for my content. Don't know what that will look like, but it's something I'd like to do. Oh wow, is it already 6:30? Do you guys realize it's 6:30? I have not refilled this coffee cup. It's been empty for about 30 minutes. Okay, so I'm gonna write this test as a reward to myself. I'm gonna write this test, and then I'm gonna go get some coffee. So that's the plan. And we're not gonna make the same mistake this time. So this should be a writer agent response JSON. This should be of type success blog post. And then we should have a variable up here that's called writer agent response JSON equals JSON serializer dot serialize writer agent response. And then this will be var writer agent response equals test data factory dot writer agent response dot generate. And I think actually this will actually be with, and then we'll set the post, oh goodness, equal to blog post. this will be var blog post equals test data factory dot blog post dot generate. So we'll generate that property, we'll generate that property, and now we'll go implement them. So this will be a public static faker of type blog post. Does anybody else talk out loud when they write code? Because I can't help it. Like I realize I'm just saying exactly what I'm typing, but sometimes I can't help it. It's like a habit, you know. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have four params here, so we're going to say forum dot text. We'll just repeat that. And then we'll come down here. This is going to be a faker of type writer agent response. New faker writer agent response. Custom instantiator. Pass this guy in. This will be new writer agent response, and then we just need to generate a blog post. So we'll say, I think that was my furnace kicking on. Wonderful. Then down here we can say var success equals result dot as success and we'll say success dot value dot should be equivalent to blog post. All right, if this passes, I get to go refill my coffee cup. Yeah, let's go. If stream ends before I'm done seeing it. Oh yeah, no worries. No, I'm gonna go. I'm probably got another. Shit, I have another 2 hours of streaming. I said I was gonna go till 8:30, and it's only 6:30, right? So, yeah. So I guess it's a good time to break and go get a coffee. We can also commit this. Get status. You know what's this is something I've been doing lately to generate commit messages is I've been using Copilot, and what I usually do is I say get diff, then I pipe this to my clipboard like that, and then what I've been doing is I've been going over to Copilot. Well, actually, I guess I've been using Gemini because I've actually been copying and pasting it. And I've been saying, like, generate a detailed and concise commit message for the following diff. Please use good semantic versioning commit messages, and then I'll dump it in here. This I found this helpful. There should be like a Copilot command line way to do that. Copy, git add, git commit, and of course we have my broken NeoVim configuration that we have to contend with. I know I needed to do this yesterday and I chose not to do it. Oh, it didn't break that time. It like fixed itself, I guess? I have no idea. That's weird. I feel like this approach to writing commit messages could be kind of OP. For like at your job, you know, if you want to have like really nice, well presented commit messages, but you didn't want to have to write them manually by yourself all the time. You know, you could git diff it, provide it to the LLM that your company provides, the AI tool that your company provides, and use it. I am going to format this a little bit. Hey, Artwork Studios. I tell you what, Artwork Studios, you're one of my most committed chatters, man. And I appreciate you for that. It's definitely not expected, you know? So if you have other things to do, don't worry about having to stay locked in on the stream, but I appreciate you being here, keeping me company. Alright, time for coffee refill. What do you guys think? Sound like a plan? Let me get my Control Shift P. Control Shift what? Control Shift P. Split pane up. Hey MBC, thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate that. That's super kind. Let's see. Went to get. Be right back. Went to refill my coffee cup. Dang it. How do I get rid of all this crap? Why is that crap on my screen? There we go. I'm gonna make a tool for your stream functionality. Okay, yeah, man. Send it to me. AA design. This is all Greek to me, but it's interesting. I'm usually in the consumer rights and repair channels. I'm a software noob. Hey, no worries, man. So, is your profile picture a Clippy? Are you part of the Clippy movement? Yeah, nice. Yeah, so you're probably good friends with NBC. Thank you very much for that super chat. That is terribly and utterly too kind. So thank you very much, man. Yeah, AA Design Excellence. You actually probably would be pretty good friends with my with one of my chatters. His name, one of my members too. His name is Stefan, and he's kind of all about that that right to repair movement. He follows the same guy you probably follow, Lewis. What's his name? Lewis Rossman. This guy. You follow him? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. This guy right here. Yeah, I hadn't. I actually, it was Stefan, what my that member that I referenced. It was actually Stefan who put me on to Lewis. I had never heard of him before, which is more of a me problem than a Lewis problem. And I watched a couple of his videos, and I mean, there's not a lot that I disagree with him on. Actually, I mean, there wasn't anything that I've heard him say where I was like, yeah, you're not right. Um, Unfortunately, he's battling a pretty uphill fight against some really powerful forces, right? And it's going to take a lot of individual will to fight for the right to repair, right? There's a lot of individual choice, right? The default is not that path, which I think just makes it a very difficult movement to champion. Grand Admiral Thrawn, you're back. Nice username, man. That username is gonna be kind of unforgettable. Unforgettable. I'm having trouble saying words today. Why not use Mac OS? Well, it's funny you say that because as you say that, I have a MacBook Pro behind my camera, and I have a MacBook Air, another MacBook Air on next to that MacBook Pro, and that MacBook Air I actually turned into an Ubuntu server. But it's funny you say that because I have used Mac OS. Actually, my first laptop was a MacBook, and then every laptop I had until my first son was born was a Mac computer. The reason why I switched away from Mac OS was mainly a price thing. Basically, I looked at what I could get for about $1,000 from the Mac world and what I could get for about $1,000 from the PC world at the time. This would have been 2016, so this predates Apple Silicon. So I know now that the Macs have their own chips. It's a little bit of a difficult comparison, but at the time, this was 2016. $1,000 just went a lot further on the Windows PC side of the house than it did on the Mac side of the house. And being a dad and being financially responsible for a new little baby and a stay-at-home wife, I was like, I can't justify spending $1,000 on 8 gigabytes of RAM and 256 gigabytes of SSD when I could spend that same amount of money and get 16 gigabytes of RAM or 32 gigabytes of RAM and 2 terabytes of storage on a Windows laptop. So that's why initially I made the switch from Mac to Windows, and I've just stuck with Windows for the last 9 years essentially, with a little bit of Linux thrown in there. And then I use my old MacBook Pro from time to time to do things that are Mac related things, but that's the reason. Nothing against Mac OS except they're just kind of expensive. I would like to get a Mac Mini. I think that would be a nice computer to have on the desk. So maybe I'll do that at some point. Oh wow, C# is nostalgic as a whole. Tried it when I was younger. Yeah, C# is a fun language. I like it. I'm glad you're liking it too, Artwork Studios. Absolutely. Autotech, for example, has gone from creature comforts to nanny tech that reports to your insurance company. Yeah, somebody was saying, I was listening to somebody talk the other day about their car and about how I know I literally have this message up on my screen and I haven't gotten up yet, but you guys are talking, so I want to answer back. Yeah, I was listening to somebody the other day talk about how their car has the ability to sign up for a subscription that like opts them into certain features that aren't available without the subscription, which I just find really, really odd. Really odd. Yeah, I think humanity becoming dependent on subscription services is not a great thing. Like, I don't mind having subscription services, but I don't want to be dependent on them, you know? That is one of those that is a problem with kind of bringing this conversation full circle to what I've been working on recently, a lot of AI stuff. That is one of the things I don't care for the AI world, is like there's not really a way to do there's not really a great way to do local inference locally that's very cost effective and has similar performance as these paid subscriptions. So if you're somebody who's really hooked on using Gemini or Claude or ChatGPT for your job or your work, you're kind of creating a dependency that's very difficult to extricate yourself from in a lot of ways. Sorry, but I can't read your username, but I see your messages. I don't know why your messages are getting removed. We are building a application to help me do. It's in the pin message. It's basically an agentic app or an LLM powered app to help me create content for my blog. So this is the high level workflow diagram here. So it'll take in a user input. It will make a request to an LLM to do some research. Basically, the LLM will look at the user input. It will do some Google searches to find information to ground its response in. Then I'll take that information and the user's input and I'll pass that to the writer agent. And then the writer will basically go in a loop between the writer and an editor. And then at the end, we'll get basically what is a draft blog post that I can iterate on. So that's essentially what we're building. Haven't made a console app in a while. Yeah, console apps are so much fun. Little CLI tools that solve problems are awesome. They're like one of my favorite things to build. Let's see. Have you checked out Browser OS? I have not. Some automakers are paywalling things like heated seats now. That feels yucky. Lifetime price plan is the GOAT, just like Final Cut Pro. Yeah, lifetime price plan would be nice to have on a lot of services. I just don't think a lot of companies want to offer it. Like companies want ARR. Like that's what they want. Like that's the cash cow. They don't want to sell you things one time. Rohit, I buy refurbished Apple products apart from iPhone. Still old Macs released 3 to 4 years ago. Perform well for day-to-day dev work. Yeah, I think the best price point for MacBooks these days out there are like older M1s, older M1 Pros or M2 Pros now have pretty good price points for what you get for the performance. I'm one of those people that like whenever I buy technology, I hate buying older versions of the things. Like I always feel like I just upgraded my wife's phone, or we just upgraded her phone, and we got her the new iPhone 17. She was, I think, on a 13, so technically we could have upgraded her to like, a 15 or 16. But the difference is like, okay, I could buy a 15, a refurbished, or even a brand new old 15 or 16 for $800, $900, or I could just get the newest thing, right? The most future-proof thing for a couple $100 more. So I tend to always opt for the future-proof thing 9 times out of 10. Richard, hey Richard, it's good to see you, man. It's been a minute. Steven, if you start your code journey, a few tips on languages. No big company involved. Sharp or Swift. What's about plain Rust or Go, ERP, and web dev? So I guess you're asking me, right? you're asking me what I think of those. If it was me out of Rust or Go, I would probably pick Go. Personally. And I guess I picked that because it seems like Go has a pretty big ecosystem relative to Rust. Go has some pretty mature frameworks for doing web development, right? And they have some pretty mature packages and libraries for most things you're going to do on the back end. So I think if it was me, I'd probably pick Go. Doesn't mean you can't still learn Rust if you're just getting started, and those are the two that you're considering, I'd probably learn Go and then go and learn Rust. And if I could convince you, Richard, if I could convince you after you make your way through Go or Rust to try C#, I would encourage you to try C#. I know I'm always shilling. Hey Steven, can you please paste your and mess? Oh yeah, for sure. Here is I can put I'm gonna paste that in, and then I'm actually gonna go get the coffee. How about that? I stuck it in Discord. People are gonna be like, why did he just post that randomly? Okay, I'm really gonna go refill my coffee cup. It'll probably be like 5 minutes, maybe less. Seems like it always takes me a little longer. If you need to go, I totally get it. You guys have lives. I don't expect you to sit around and stare at an empty screen. So if you need to go, thank you very much for hanging out with me and keeping me company. Otherwise, I'll be right back. So if you're gonna stick around, appreciate you as well. Alright, I'm back. What did I miss? Looks like some people are trying to join my Discord, which is awesome. If you want to join Discord, you can, or if you want to join Discord too, you can go to discord.stephenfreeborn.com and it will redirect you to the right place. But I'll put the link in the chat too, just for reference. And let me scroll up here and catch up. C-Roy AK said hi. Hello, C-Roy. I hope you're doing well. Rohith, Apple is one of the few companies that makes minimal changes and presents them as new features, resulting in only a small performance improvement each year. Well, I think the Apple Silicon chips were actually a pretty significant, right, boost in performance, especially for things like battery life. Like, none of my PC laptops compete with the Mac world in terms of battery life, in my opinion. Dismal says, of course I come back to him getting coffee. Makesh, I approved your Discord app, so you're in, man. You're in the server. Good to have you. And if you make sure that your Discord and your YouTube are linked, you'll get access to a members only channel in the Discord. So you just have to connect those two things, and you'll get access to that members only Discord channel. Coffee is everything. Coffee is, I mean, life is way, like, orders of magnitude better when you're caffeinated. Or at least that's been my experience. Alright, back to code. We're actually been pretty productive. We're at 200 lines written. So, we're going to try to keep it up. Alright, so this writer class actually has two methods that we have to test. It has a handle method for whenever it receives a writer brief, but it also has a handle method for whenever it receives feedback. I think I can remove this to do for now. So the only difference in my test is I just need to basically pass a different type of message. That's the only difference in my test. So just different type of message, but the tests themselves are pretty much the same. So we'll say, come down here, we'll copy this guy. So when called with not a writer brief, but feedback, and then instead of a writer brief, we'll want to generate feedback. Pass in feedback here. It should be failure, and then we just need to implement this guy. Oh, also, let me turn the music down again. I think I turned it up. Yeah, there we go. 200 lines, that's rookie numbers compared to my documentation update 2.0. Well, I'll tell you what, it is rookie numbers, but it's much better than the last like 10 streams. Let's see. Other than coffee, what else do you want for SST? What's SST? Oh, you mean for my like away message thing? I think that's the only one I ever do, really. It's just I leave to go get coffee. That's really the only times I ever leave during a stream. I guess yesterday I did go at one point to do a health check on my family because I heard a lot of noise upstairs. But for the most part, that's probably all. Oh, also I got another member app in Discord. I'm approving you right now. And again, just a reminder, if you are a member and you join my Discord, you just want to make sure your YouTube account is linked to your Discord account, and you'll get access to a members only channel. You don't have to do that, obviously, but if you'd like to, I just want you to know that it is possible to do that. All right, this is going to fail. And it's going to fail for the same reason our other test failed first time through. We need to say writer agent response. What's the difference between private set and internal set? So private set makes it private setter to this class. Internal makes it internal to the assembly. Yeah. Yep, what you said, Dismal. So yeah, so if we actually go back and where was that? That was in the test data factory, I think. Where that yeah, so if we have a private setter, that means from other places within the same assembly, right? I can't say test data factory dot feedback equals hello, or I guess it needs to be a faker. Feedback. So I can't do this, right? Because it's going to tell me, hey, this cannot be used in this context because the set accessor is inaccessible. But then if I go over here and I change this to internal, now we can do that, right? Because we're inside the same assembly, kind of like an internal class, right? Internal class is accessible from within anywhere in the assembly that it's defined, but outside it's not. Same idea. You can also do a protected set, which is kind of nice. Protected, right? So this would mean, well, this is going to complain because static classes can't have protected members because obviously static classes don't have that concept of inheritance. But if it wasn't a static class, the protected set allows you to set it in the base class and any deriving classes down the line in the inheritance chain. So that can be pretty helpful at times to have a protected set. Private set and protected set, I think, are pretty helpful. I think anytime you define a member that has a setter that doesn't have any accessibility modifier, I think that's usually a moment to stop and think, why would I want another piece of code to set this? You know? Because then you're obviously opening it up to mutation from code that you may not anticipate mutating that member. So I typically don't have public setters in a lot of code. Most of the time I use either an emitter or I use a private or protected setter. And 9 times out of 10, I usually start with an emitter, which an emitter just means you can only set it in the object's initialization. And basically what that forces is it forces other code that wants to mutate this property on a given instance, it forces that other code to have to make a copy. And you might think, well, that's annoying for the caller or the client code that might be using your object or API. But I think nine times out of 10, it avoids you shooting yourself in the foot. Mutability seems to always be an issue at some point. You know, when you're especially when you're in a pass by reference scenario, you're passing this object around to methods, and this method is setting a property, and then this other method setting a property, and it gets really difficult to remember, like, after this object is passed to 3 different methods, what can possibly happen to this object. So that's my take on setter accessibility. Grand Admiral Thrawn, give a score. Excuse me. Let me finish this yawn. Give a score between 1 to 10 between Swift and C#. Well, I've never used Swift before, so it's so I would be a 10 for C#, I guess, because I've only used C#. Kovalak, hi, I got an email that I got 1 month subscription at you. Is YouTube feature to give member subscription to someone or what? Yes, yep. YouTube has gifted members, kind of like Twitch does too. I think Twitch calls them, what does Twitch call them? Gifted something or others? I don't know. I don't remember what Twitch calls them. Maybe they call them the same thing, but YouTube has that functionality as well. And one of our illustrious subscribers today gave 50 gifted members. So 50 memberships at 99 cents a piece. So you basically spent $50 to give some subscribers to my channel a membership. Oh, okay. Dismal, you already knew about protected members. Nice. Yeah, I'm always scared of opening Pandora's box with a publicly accessible setter. Nice. Well, yeah, you're here now, Kovalak. You're one of 58 people on planet Earth that are a member of this channel. Out of the 9 billion people on planet Earth, right? You're one of 58. That's pretty cool, right? Maybe it'll want you to continue to be a member. Obviously gifted memberships they're not ongoing, right? So like at the end of the month, or I think it lasts for a month and then it goes away. So it doesn't really have any impact. There's nothing that you have to do to take action on unless you want to stay a member, but if you don't, it'll just fade off. Where was I? I was here. Okay, so we're going to change how we're doing this to, we're going to remove the var. We're going to do a new declaration with an explicit type, and we're going to say writer agent response. We'll make it nullable, and we'll call it writer res. And then we'll wrap all of this in a try catch. Put it here. We'll say catch exception. Josh, thank you for your subscription, man. Appreciate you. Glad to see you here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're getting caffeinated this morning. Maybe writing some code. Put that here. There's a little bit of redundancy there, but all right. Now I hope this will work. Oh, whoops, I tested the wrong one. I want to test this one. Okay, cool. So that one passes. Great. Look at us. We're doing things. now we need to implement the happy path for this, which should be very similar to this test. The only difference is now, instead of passing in a writer brief, we're going to pass in a feedback object. So we can just change the name really quick. So the reason why you may be wondering, like, why does your writer have two different handle async methods? That's basically a byproduct of the way the agent framework works. So this whole Microsoft agent framework, the idea is that the writer is essentially a node in a graph, basically, for better or worse, however you want to put it. But it's essentially a node, right, in a graph, and that node can be wired up to other nodes, right, other executors. And so this executor, this node, can respond to incoming messages, right? So it's a little bit like a message or an event-driven system where this node can basically respond to messages of different types. So if this node gets, or this executor, in my case the writer executor, if it gets a message of a particular type, in this case, if it receives a writer brief, then I want it to draft a blog post, which means it has a very specific set of instructions, prompt instructions, that I'm going to send to the LLM. If the writer receives feedback from the editor on an existing blog post that's already written, then I want to prompt the LLM differently. So that's why there's two different handle async methods, which is nice because then it makes it very easy to extend your executors, right? If you want to have your executor behave differently, you just implement another iMessage handler, and you're off to the races. Yeah. Yep, that's why. Because I know you were curious. Let's see. Writer test. So we'll delete this guy. No, we don't want to delete that guy. We want to leave all this the same. The only thing we want to change here is we want to pass a feedback object in place of this. So we'll put that there. Pass the feedback object. Refresh our tests. Run it. We are one in a quadrillion. Yes. The members of my channel are very rare species. I would say it's nice. Very cool. TWF, you realize how much delay there is on Wi-Fi plus iOS YouTube app compared to PC on Ethernet? I'm sure anything that's moving at the speed of the wire compared to over the magic of Wi-Fi, yeah, I'd imagine there's some delay. Steven, check Discord server in your projects tab. I can't pre-compile it, so it's basically just a source. What is SST? And then why is it in a zip folder? I don't typically take to downloading zip folders from. If you want to put it like in a GitHub gist, maybe, where I can see what's in there. But I try to have good operational security, so downloading and decompressing a zip file from somebody on the internet is not something I do. Steven Stream Tools. Oh, very cool. Yeah, that's awesome. That sounds like a project I should have already created. Oh yeah, put it in a gist for me or something, just so I can see the source code. I'm not saying that you're a nefarious, shady character, but I would tell all of you the same thing, right? Like if your friend sends you a zip file, don't don't bring it down on your machine. Or at least if you're gonna bring it down on your machine, put it in a sandbox, create a VM and bring it down on the VM. A 500 yottabyte zip bomb. Yeah. What's happening? The stream just crashes. Artwork Studios is laughing maniacally in the background. Okay, thank you very much for doing that, Artwork Studios. I'll take a peek at that. But that's very kind of you. That sounds like a tool that sounds like an application that I need to create. Steven's Stream Tools. Which I already have one. I have that Stream Shorts tool that I probably could stick into that, integrate that some way. But I probably should have a set of tools like that to make my life a little easier. All right, that concludes our test for the writer. Look at us. Now we're up to 285. You think we'll cross the 300 line? Git, commit, test, add, writer, test. All right. We're making progress. Okay, we've done researcher, writer. We've basically done everyone except the editor and the critic. Edit editor.cs, editor test.cs. LOL, I just remembered zip bombs. It's literally just 90 lines, really too basic. Ah, man, basic's good. Simple's good, basic's good. Easy to understand is good. You know? I think as a developer, oftentimes we take a lot of joy when we can do things in a very clever way. I'm sure you guys have seen all the leak codes out there where people try to solve them in like a single line of code. And it looks really succinct and it looks really clever, right? But they're not that intuitive to understand sometimes. So I think sometimes as an engineer, as a developer, as a coder, sometimes it's okay to just write the for loop. Just write the for loop. It's okay. The CPU can handle it. You can loop. It's fine. We used to make batch files in school, change them to IE's icon on the desktop. I've never done that, but I've heard that story from more than one person. Did y'all get in trouble for doing that kind of stuff? Like, do you think nowadays if you did that, you'd be, strung up for some sort of like cyber terrorist type thing? I mean, I guess back in the day, probably the teachers and the administrators, right, in school, they probably like didn't know what that was. But like, I wonder if today you'd get in trouble. Opened a million windows, made the machine hang. Yeah. I mean, it seems innocent enough, but I just wonder if into how today's world is, if it would become more serious. It's actually kind of crazy. My kids don't have a computer lab anymore at their school. They got away with computer lab, so now they just do. They have like iPads in the classrooms, and they try to integrate use of technology into the existing curriculum, which I don't know how I feel about that. Like I kind of feel like computer lab should be a thing in elementary school. I don't know what you guys think. My teacher was an old country bumpkin. I got an A in that class for fixing all the machines. You fixed them all after you after you blew them up. Nice, I love that. That's what they call driving demand. You know what I mean? That's like the company. Who is it? Is it Trojan? The company that owns the Trojan brand of condoms also sells the they also own the brand that makes the pregnancy tests. You gotta wonder if maybe there's a conflict of interest there. Used to go to Chrome, hang or stop in Chrome OS. Does that really hang Chrome if you go to Chrome // hang? If that's true, I did not know that. Other kids would do it too. That's hilarious. Let me show you how good at computers I am. This computer is hung. Now let me show you how to fix it. Also, side note, I broke it. I was the one that made it hang. Oh yeah, it actually does. Nice, very cool. Yeah, yeah. My kids. I don't think my kids don't get any type of computer access, like school provided computer access until middle school, maybe middle school or high school. I think they get some sort of Chromebook. I think in middle school. We have a family computer here though that they can use, that we supervise their use on. Or she just, hey, we're all coders now. No, everyone's a coder. You know, everyone can vibe code, which is actually I'm totally okay with that sentiment. I know sometimes I kind of sound like I am not a big fan of vibe coders with some of the shorts I post and some of the stuff I say on stream, but I really don't. To me, vibe coding is another expression of the no code or low code movement. I don't know if you guys are familiar with those movements. Those are like movements that grew out of kind of late web 2.0, right? These are the WordPresses, the Squarespaces, the Salesforces, these platform companies that basically let people code, but they let people code using a GUI essentially. To me, that's what vibe coding is. Like, vibe coding is another way to express your intent as someone who doesn't know how to write code. You can express your intent to the machine in a way that doesn't require you to know code. I also think there's kind of a spectrum of vibe coders out there, right? You've got vibe coders who are like really great software engineers who are just using AI tools to build stuff now. That's like one end of the spectrum. And then you have like Billy's mom who's never done anything with a computer before, vibe coding. And there's this real, when someone uses the phrase vibe coder, there's this huge spectrum that term represents. My school has a computer lab, but I've only been in there once before. Really? Man, I feel like you should be taking advantage of the fact you have access to free compute like that. But maybe you have better compute resources at home, so there's no need to. But yeah, my kids, no computer lab. My son had it his kindergarten and first grade year. No, it's kindergarten, second grade year, and then my youngest son had it his kindergarten year. And I think they got rid of it last year. Which, I don't know how I feel about it. I kind of feel like they should have left it in there. I think the earlier that kids learn to type and interact with a computer outside of a touch screen, probably the better. It's kind of why I'm a huge belief in making sure my kids have access to a computer here at the house. I have a super funny story about learning to type. I think I've told it on stream before, so forgive me if I'm repeating myself, but I'm a big believer in typing as a skill. Like, you should learn to type. Me? No, sadly. Heard. It's like Canva for non-designers versus Exactly. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what vibe coding is. It's vibe. There's vibe coders who are like expert expert graphic designers using Illustrator, and then there's people who are like amateurs who are using vibe coding tools because they don't, without any prior like formal graphic. That's exactly what it is. That's a great way to describe it. My school has an amazing naming system for classes. Platinum, oh, they use elements. That's cool. Also, we aren't allowed freely into the computer. Oh, that sucks. I mean, I can understand like the computer lab being occupied for actual classes, but you would also think it'd be available just as a resource to use when it's not occupied. At my school, we only go in the IT rooms when it's our lesson, but the GCSE stuff is pretty easy. It's just Python. So my teacher just lets me do all the work really fast and then do my own thing. That's why I wrote a compiler and editor tool. That's very cool, man. This is a cool teacher. I like teachers like that. Teachers who can see you have an interest or a passion for something and help encourage that. We need more teachers like that. Need lots more teachers like that. Oh, what I was going to say about typing is, so when I was in 8th grade, no, 7th grade, 8th grade? I think it was 8th grade. So middle school, you had to take a typing course. My typing teacher's name was Miss Welchel. She was an older lady. She's probably passed away now. I lost track of what happened to her. But she wasn't the nicest older lady. She was not the nicest teacher. She was very disciplined. Like we had to do the whole thing where like you cover your hands with a cardboard box, you know? So you had to be able to type without looking at your hands. And I hated it. I hated that class. I complained to my mom all year, like how much I hated Miss Welchel. I hated typing. Typing was so stupid. When was I ever going to use that skill? I'm going to be a doctor. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm never going to need to know how to type. Okay, well, so what's funny about that is I make it through that class, right? I passed the class. I learned to type. Fast forward, so that would have been 8th grade, so I would have been like 12 years old. Fast forward 10 years. No, not 10 years. 7 years? 19? Yeah, I've been like 19 years old. I get a job as a medical scribe. And part of the way I support myself and my wife through college is I work as a medical scribe 30 hours a week at a hospital in the ER. And I would not have been able to do that if it wasn't for typing. And then fast forward another 5 or 6 years, right? And now I work as an engineer, spend all my day typing. So, I guess it's like Steve Jobs says, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So I'm glad I learned to type, and I want my kids to learn how to type. I just think it's probably an important skill set to have in your back pocket. I'm pretty good at because of all the scribe work. So the way it would usually work is as a medical scribe, I would go into the ER, the patient room, and I would stand in the corner, but there was like no desk or anything to set my laptop on to write. So I actually got pretty fast at like one-handed typing, which was kind of fun. I'm not so good at it anymore, but for the 3 or 4 years I worked as a scribe, I could type with one hand reasonably fast. So learn to type, folks. That's the lesson of the story. Ironically, though, sometimes those tools can unleash the power of visionary people who maybe didn't grow up with the opportunities to learn the building blocks or have developed different skills. You're right. So as much as sometimes I like to shit on vibe coding and other people like to shit on vibe coding, you're 100% right that for somebody out there, vibe coding will be the unlock to a ton of success, right? It will be. That's undeniable. The same way Squarespace or WordPress was for a generation ago, 10 years ago, decade ago, right? There's people who literally didn't know how to code and they built entire careers, there's probably people who have earned millions of dollars building WordPress and Squarespace sites for people. And all they ever did was write like a few custom lines of CSS or JavaScript at times. So you definitely can't knock these tools for sure. I think my problem with vibe coding is less my problem is less people who want to use those tools to be creative and unlock their potential. And it's more about people who want to say, well, now that we can vibe code, we can just get rid of all the software engineers, get rid of all the developers, all the people who know how to code. We don't need them anymore. That's the and I know that's not the whole community of vibe coders, but there's a very loud and obnoxious segment of those people that really puts me off. My school takes pride in discipline. You needed specific uniforms, specific socks, specific haircut, things like tissues, correction tape. They also do regular spot checks and nail checks. Wow, dude. I've never gone to school at a place like that. That's intense. I have this really nerdy friend, and before he got into programming, he used to make cool stuff in Scratch, and I have this distinct memory of him showing me a computer sim he made in Scratch. And then I showed him my command line assembly like language REPL. He went shock, and then he got into programming. That's awesome. Yeah, so it can be the entry point. I mean, my entry point for a lot of this stuff was no code things. Like when I was a personal trainer, I was tinkering with advanced Excel stuff, and I was tinkering with WordPress sites and Squarespace sites. So I mean, yeah, I mean it's the entry point for a lot of people isn't often writing code, right? It's the act of being able to build something, and then you end up writing code because code gives you the ultimate control or flexibility of that thing. So I definitely can't knock them. Nexus, because why not? Just saw your short about learning something by the time your child grows up. Wanted to say you are a cool guy for that. Oh, well, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, that was the original impetus for sitting down and embarking on the free code camp curriculum. That's what got me started. It was the spring of 2021. It was like May. We moved from Joplin, Missouri to Kansas City, Kansas for job reasons, and my son was 5 years old. Yeah, he was getting ready to turn 5 in July. You know, the July after that May, and we were going to start him in school. And I just remember that hitting me in the face because it happened so quick. You know, like to me, he'd just been born, and then when I started to think about it, I was like, man, for the most part, this is where we're going to be for the next 6 years at least, right? While he's going to school in elementary school, probably the next 18 years, because until he finishes high school. And I just remember thinking, man, I really should put this time to use. I mean, obviously I work, you know, I have a job, like to lift weights and stuff, but I just remember thinking very clearly, I need to do something with these 6 years the same way he's going to do something with these years. And now we're 4 years into it. And I'm glad I made that decision. Because it's unlocked like a whole big part of myself and my life and my world that I did not know was there. So it's been a huge blessing. I love programming because it does exactly what you told it to. So the only thing that can be wrong is you. Yeah. Nexus, because why not? Oh, thanks for subscribing, man. You didn't have to do that, but appreciate you. Glad to have you. Yeah, you're right, Dismal. Computers are very, I mean, for as cool as computers are, they're very dumb, right? It's like that's why people are so excited about AI. Computers do exactly what you tell them to. Nothing more, nothing less. Hell yeah, I'm happy for you. Yeah, I appreciate that, dude. And I appreciate you stopping in to leave a message and just say hey and subbing. That was not necessary, but we appreciate you being a part of the channel now. All right, let's get over this 300 line mark, and then I'm going to turn this counter off. I will have accomplished my productivity goal for the day, or for the stream, I guess I should say. Because I usually almost still write code after the stream. Like, I kind of write code all day long, here and there throughout the day, but this will be a good chunk of code to get done on stream. Let's see, when called and response cannot be deserialized, it should return failure. A lot of these tests look a lot alike, and primarily they look a lot alike because for the most part all the executors are doing the same thing under the hood. They're sending a different message to the LLM. So for the most part they look very similar. There's probably a way I can dry this up too if I wanted to, but this will work fine for now. Simple, right? Simple. There's nothing wrong with simple. Can't believe it's almost Halloween, man. This year has flown by, 2025. It's been a long year, but it's also flown by, which is sort of different and opposite all at the same time. Oh yeah, this should be QT. What should I make? So many choices. Yeah, just make something, you know? Why worry too much about making the right thing, right? If you don't like what you end up making, you can just move on. Try something else. So this guy expects a blog post. So we need, I think I already have that actually. Rename this to blog post, rename this to writer result. And then we need to change this to blog post. Then we can change this. I think I already have a blog post a faker, so I can say blog post.generate. We'll give this a refresh so we can discover our tests, and then we'll run it. Hey, that pushed us over the 300 lines change. Look at us. What a day. What a day over here. Alright, why didn't this work? I'm guessing you guys can tell me why this didn't work, because this has been the same thing we've done all morning. It doesn't work because I don't handle the exceptional case when we're deserializing. So we need to say var, or no, we need to say editor agent response can be nullable, and we declare it as null to begin with. Then we say try to deserialize it. When we try to deserialize it, if it throws an exception, and when that exception is a JSON exception, dude, I love pattern matching in C#. It's so good. So when it throws an exception, Sogo, first off, thank you so much for the super chat. That is way too kind. Second off, if I really do get 40 likes, yes, I will happily delete the code. I'm not going to delete the actual commits, but I'll reset the branch. I'll reset the branch to where I was earlier. Sogo, that has a very like anarchy vibes to it. Like have y'all ever seen The Dark Knight? Probably the only thing Steven would scream into a pillow about. Could you imagine? I've never actually. So hold on. Let me find a piece of wood. I don't even know if my desk is real wood, but I'm gonna knock on my desk. Could you imagine? Let's say you spent 8 hours and you were deep into flow and you were solving problems and blah, whatever. And you got the code on your local machine, but you haven't pushed it up to your remote repo and something happens to your machine and all that code goes away? Could you imagine how that would feel? I've never had that happen to me. Knock on wood. I've never had that happen to me. Oh man. I'm kind of getting sad just imagining it. Yeah. Yeah, now I'm sad. It's a win-lose kind of situation. Well, yeah, I guess so. It's a win-lose because like you can already. Oh, you're saying the the 40 likes. Yeah, the 40 likes. Yeah, but I think it's funny because it reminds me of your super chat message reminds me of the scene in The Dark Knight where Alfred is like, some men just want to watch the world burn. That's the kind of vibes I got from your super chat. Let's see, but Steven, what do you mean? What do you wish existed for code? So like what you mean, what do I wish you could do with code that you currently can't? Is that what you're saying? Or like are there or maybe there's features in C# that AA design? Yeah. So hey man, so chaos. Let chaos reign. Yeah. What do I wish you could do with code that you currently can't? Like issues you face while coding. Oh, issues I face while coding. Okay, so a big one in C# is a big issue in C# that you face a lot is not being able to represent, to not have a union type, basically. Yeah, a union type in C# is one. I mean, that's the whole reason That's the whole reason you see this. The result pattern. That's the whole reason that is in my code, is because I don't have a union type. I basically have implemented a rudimentary version of it. I wish that existed in C#, and it's supposed to come in C# 14. I think we're supposed to get union types. So next month, we're supposed to get union types in C#. So I wish that was something that existed. Another thing I wish that existed in C# was string-based enums in C#. I wish that was something that existed. You can sort of accomplish a similar thing with like a static class that has a bunch of constant values. You can sort of union C# 14. Yeah, discriminated unions. I think this is a feature that's coming. I don't think they've actually like officially announced it, but I'm pretty sure it's coming in November. They gave like a teaser. I think they actually presented a teaser of it during the summer at one of their conferences. So that's something I wish was in C#. I'm trying to think of other problems I face while coding. What's a union type? So you know how like in TypeScript, let's see, a very common pattern you see. Let's see, TypeScript playground. You know, where you can have type A equals this, and then you can have type B equals this, right? And then you can very easily create a union that's essentially type C equals A, B, right? And then if you really want to do like a discriminator check, right, you'd add like a type field. That's like 0. Could be a string too, right? Doesn't have to be a number. Right? And then down here, what you can do is if you have a const value of type C and you set that equal to type 0, then you can come down here and you can say if value.type equals 0, then inside here you know that you have a the value is of type A, right? So then type A might have some additional properties on it that you can access now. you could do something like console, or not, I guess not. I'm not in C# anymore. Console.log, and you could say value.name, right? Hold on, why doesn't that work? Oh, because of that. But down here, you wouldn't know that, right? Console.log, you don't know if value has the name property. So you can use, so you basically can represent, basically having a union type allows you to represent multiple types under one, and then you can do like discrimination or pattern matching to figure out which is which type. And in C# you can't really do that today without using inheritance, or you have to use something like the result pattern to do that type of a thing. But they're bringing sort of a native support for that in C# 14. Hello, Britton. Andreas, thanks for subbing, appreciate it. And then enum. So TypeScript has string-based enums. So let me remove all that. So TypeScript has string-based enums where you can say enum, my enum, and then you can say, you know, hello equals hello, right? And then you can say my enum dot hello. So the nice thing about enums, though, is that if I remember right, if you try to come down here and redeclare yellow equals hello, this I don't think will be allowed, or maybe it will. But yeah, so I guess you can do that. But yeah, so then what we can do is we can essentially have string-based enums, right, which are often not, more convenient to persist to a database instead of number-based enums, which would typically be what you would do. You know, you typically would have an enum like this, and this by default would be 0 and 1, and if you wanted to, you could offset this by some value, right? So if you wanted to start at 10 and then go to 11, you can do that here. That's how C# supports this, but C# does not support strings like that. You can't do this in C#. So I wish that was something that would come to C#. I'm trying to think of other like non-C# related code problems that I have that I wish. Oh, I know one that I wish was in TypeScript. So in C#, I know I'm basically saying I want to make C# TypeScript and I want to make TypeScript C#. That's what I'm basically saying. It's coming in 15, I believe. Oh, okay, very cool. 15. Okay, so maybe we have another year to wait because 14 is coming this November, right? So 15 would be next November. Dismal, yes. I need string-based enums because I have to use a dictionary string. Yeah, that's typically what people do, or like what I do a lot of times in C# for string-based to like kind of simulate a string-based enum is I typically will do like a like I'll typically create like a static class my enum, and then I'll do like a public const string like this, which isn't. I know it's not the same. I know it's not the same, but it kind of gives a similar feeling because then you can do things like, you know, you can do things like if my enum dot hello, right? And because these are constant values, you can also use like an is check. So you can say something like test is my enum dot hello, right? You can do things like that. What was I getting ready to say? Oh, you know how in C#, hold on, artworks use, haha, shit, how am I going to implement that? Flygon Fiasco. I do think they also want to allow for polymorphic types to be used. So a result type, for example, could be guaranteed to be exhaustive. Exhaustive type checking would be nice. I know that's not something that exists in C# today either. That would be super nice. One thing though that I kind of wish existed in TypeScript that does exist in C# is kind of just the reflection API in general. Like something I use a lot in C# is I use the name of function a lot. Like name of editor res, right? So you can just literally get the name of a variable, right? I use that a lot when I'm printing error messages or logging. It's a nice way to not have to have magic strings in your code. I wish something like that existed in TypeScript. You know, like I wish I could do like var value equals hello, and then I could say something like throw new error value. Instead of saying value, I could say what is it? Name of value is not valid. Right? I wish I could do that in TypeScript. I do this all the time in C#. I wish I could do it in TypeScript or in TypeScript. The other C# feature that I wish was in TypeScript is static extension methods. So being able to extend the functionality of an instance of a class without actually modifying the underlying class definition. Which I know you can sort of do that by modifying the prototype, but that's not really. You're not really supposed to fuck with the prototype. That's not really something you should do. I don't think name of is reflection. Oh, sorry. I should have clarified. I just wish there was the ability to like derive values from your code or inspect your, derive things from the source code that you've written. So like I know name of happens at compile time, right? So you have a constant value that gets replaced before the code ever runs. But the reflection APIs are kind of in a similar vein where I feel like in TypeScript, there's a lot of rich metadata about your source code because of the static types, and it would be nice to be able to access that either at compile time or at runtime. And I know there is some support for it, but it's kind of experimental, right? TypeScript reflection. Yeah, reflect metadata. This is like an experimental feature, right? Yeah, experimental decorators, and then you have to set both of these properties to use it. Maybe that won't be the case though at some point. Maybe it'll be something that gets developed further. It could useful enum support string values. Yes, we actually that's funny. We actually were just talking about that. That string enums would be nice in C#. Hey, Stefan made it. What's up, Stefan? Just came to say hi. Can't stay long. No worries, man. We appreciate you dropping in. Yeah. We were actually talking about you earlier because there was a fella in here who was talking about. Well, actually, it was AA Design Excellence. He was talking about that he's a big fan of Lewis, and I was telling him that you were the person that introduced me to Lewis and the whole right to repair kind of movement that he's been championing. Why can I not say that? That he's been advocating for a long time. And I know it's bigger than right to repair, right? It has to do with like being more in control as an individual. So, but it's funny. We were talking about you. So your ears must have been burning. Tomorrow I have exam on information and security. Pray for me. Of course, yeah. We wish you all the best of luck, man. I hope it goes well. I hope you crush your exam. Stefan, a fellow Clippy. Yes, a fellow Clippy indeed. Which I feel like you guys need to change your Clippies every day. Like you guys should have a different Clippy picture every day, or every week. Maybe that's somebody needs to make that application, a Clippy profile picture generator. Just to be curious, are you using mediator pattern? That's kind of what's happening. I have to full disclosure, AD as wise. I'm using a framework from Microsoft that just got released a couple weeks ago called the agent framework. So this is the underlying framework we're using, but it kind of does have a little bit of a mediator pattern. It's not exactly like that, but basically the way you define workflows in this framework is you essentially have what they call executors, which are sort of like the nodes in your workflow, and those executors can respond to messages that are of different types, and then you implement an interface that is iMessage handler on each of your executors to tell it how it should respond to particular types of messages. So it's sort of kind of that feel to it. Kind of has that mediator feel. It almost has like an event driven feel to it. The code is very interesting. The package is called, I think it's called agent framework. Yes, Microsoft.agents.ai workflows. This is where a lot of the code that I'm talking about is described. It's kind of interesting. So the executor, this is the base class that kind of acts. This is an executor is a node, and the executor knows about all. The executor is aware of what other nodes it can send information to or send messages to, and then the executor is aware of what types of messages it can respond to and how it can respond to those. It's way smarter code than I could ever write, that's for sure. But it's pretty cool. You should check it out. It's called Agent Framework. So if you're interested in building AI, if you're interested in integrating AI into your applications, I think this is what Microsoft would prefer you use. There's not a lot of good options in .NET anyways. There's semantic kernel, which now they're recommending semantic kernel. If you're using semantic kernel, they're recommending you migrate to Agent Framework. So this is really the best option from a .NET perspective. I chose this one because it has the most accusatory stare. Oh, that's wonderful. Wait, Steven, did you say what tools you would like? No, I don't. I can't think of anything right now. Should come up with something. Yeah, should come up with something. I like those emojis you sent. This is my This is still my favorite emoji. This emoji will forever live on this channel. Emotional Jared. That's my favorite emote. Shib. Hello, Shib. You still here? Shib, you should be studying. You should be studying for that exam. Okay, this should pass now, I think. Let's go. We're green. We're green. And we crossed the 300 lines written. All right, now we come down here and we say public async task. What's APD? Oh, I don't know. Auditory processing disorder. I've never heard anybody refer to that with the acronym. My wife claims that she has that. Gotta read lips or subs. That's hilarious. So is that what that means? Because that is, my wife is like, there's times all the time where my wife will be like, I have to look at your face to see what to understand what you're saying. I love listening to this stream in the background. Well, I'm glad, Dismal. I'm glad that's kind of what I always hoped for the stream, was that this would be a place that people could kind of sit down and work alongside, you know, and hopefully my chatter wasn't too distracting. But, you know, I could make some progress on a project. You guys could make some progress on a project, and, you know, we could all talk about the day's events together, share our thoughts and opinions. So it's almost like a co-working space, you know. That's kind of what I always hoped the stream would be. So I'm glad you're enjoying it that way. Oh, this actually has multiple paths. Okay, so if the editor res has feedback, then we should have a feedback message. So when called and there is feedback, it should return feedback. Because duh. And this is the test. And we will throw new not implemented. I hear my family, they're waking up. Okay, I'll probably go for another 23-ish minutes, and then I'm probably gonna hop off and go upstairs. I just zone out easily. Yes, it's an ADHD type comorbidity. Oh, I didn't know that. So it's very common to have ADHD along with this auditory. That's interesting. I'm writing a guide for some documentation. Hold on, are you saying you're writing docs for docs? Is that what you just said, Dismal? That's awesome. That's awesome. I was being half serious, not trying to DX anyone. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, my wife claims that she has that, and I believe her. I mean, I would totally say after 15 years of talking with her every day, for the last 15 years, like I would say she's pretty accurately diagnosed herself. We should all write now. It's like 5-6 years. We have this process in our plants where, so every time you ship a product out of the plant, it has to have a date code. So if you look at any products in your fridge or your freezer here in the United States, or even in your pantry, it'll have a date code on it. It has to have a date code. The date code tells where it was made, on what date it was made, right? So that basically for traceability. So it's really important. Date codes are super important. You need to get them right. And what had happened at our company was a few times we had gotten it wrong, right? And so what's funny is every time somebody would get the date code wrong, we would add Mr. SK, thanks for the sub. Every time someone would get the date code wrong, we would add a new approval. So by the time I left the company, it was like the packaging lead had to sign off on the date code, then the line lead had to sign off on the packaging lead sign off, then the production supervisor had to sign off on the line lead sign off on the you know what I mean? It was literally like Russ. And I think by the time I left, it was like the production manager had to sign off on the supervisor sign off on the line lead sign off on the packaging lead sign off on the configured date code on the machine. It was just so it's kind of funny to think somebody would write docs for docs, but like that shit really happens. Crap like that really happens in corporate environments. Oh, this is ridiculous. Apparently some people just don't know how to write documentation in Markdown. Oh, fair enough. Markdown should be the only way to author content. That's my hot take. I lived 27 years without knowing that Markdown existed or how to write it, and I'm very, very sad about that because all content should be authored in Markdown. Chain of custody, non-food products also have a lot in batch number. Yeah, so that's usually part of the date code. Most date codes will have the plant number, where usually they'll have some sort of identifier for the plant. They'll have a lot in a batch if that's how your production works, and then they'll have the date. Sometimes they'll also have like a shift number. So if like you have a night shift and a day shift, you just basically, the date code is supposed to be there so that you can, if there is an issue with your product, you can ask for that date code, and you as the manufacturer can resolve that to a particular production, right? And the more segmented that is, the better, right? Because if you do have an issue with a product that has that date code, and you can isolate it to a specific batch, right, or a specific lot, you don't have to recall every other lot and every other batch. But if you don't have that traceability, then you open yourself up to really, really big recalls. Yeah, it really do be like that. Yeah, the rush business processes that look like Russian nesting dolls. uh, this is a thing. Literally, I've worked in medical cannabis. It's the exact same. Nice. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. That's how it was in food. Um, it was really serious too. Like we did a lot of frozen food, a lot of appetizers, like coated appetizers, like onion. Think like cheese sticks, onion rings, that sort of thing. But it was also a super big deal for. Obviously, it was a super big deal for all food products, but particularly for things that contain meat. You know, anything that's anything that falls under the USDA versus the FDA. USDA was always seemed like they were the more serious enforcer of rules. See you, Stefan. Thanks for stopping in, man. I appreciate you stopping by to say hello. One of the OGs. He's been hanging around my stream since it was like me and one other person in chat. So I appreciate guys like that. I appreciate having familiar faces in chat. I bet the medical cannabis industry was pretty interesting work experience if I had to guess. I bet you've got a lot of great stories. Okay, so instead of a blog post here, I should be returning in a result. I need feedback. That's what I need here. Right? No. I still need that. I'm supposed to be returning an editor agent response that has feedback. That's what I need to do. So we'll say editor agent response JSON. Jason or JSON or Johnson? So, I had never heard it referred to as Johnson, but on a stream 2 or 3 days ago, I asked that question. I said, so how do you guys say this? Do you say it as Jason or Jason? And someone said, it's Johnson. I think I have more time. I was in the smoke shop counterculture industry. Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure you're filled with stories, man. Artwork shoes. I should probably make a personal website. Yeah, a personal website would be fun for you to build. I'd really like to update my personal website. I haven't touched my personal website in 3 years. It's just a single. It's a single CSS file and a single HTML file. I'd really like to update it. I don't know if I'll use anything more complicated from a tech stack than that, but I'd like to update the styles and everything. Really? MC was kind of corporate-like? That's surprising. I would have never guessed that the MC industry would ever be described as corporate, but maybe there's an effort to make it more corporate-like so that people take it more seriously as an industry. I could definitely see that. Let's see. We want editor agent response equals test data factory dot editor agent response dot generate, and then we'll have var editor agent response JSON equals JSON serializer, and then we'll serialize the response. And I just need to implement this guy. CC. Whoops. Oh, it's total corporate my state. Oh, big cannabis here. It's been here for a while. Interesting. This, I'm guessing you can probably tell because the way I talk about it, I'm not at all schooled or educated in that world. My only drug of choice or vice at the moment is caffeine. I don't really do anything. Don't really do any other drugs or alcohol. But I find like industry, right? I find like industry fascinating, how all these different products and industries operate and work, both the commonalities and the differences. I always love hearing from people that have worked in different fields from me. This should be editor agent response dot custom. This should not be feedback. This should be editor agent response. You know, I'll set up Linktree. Man, but like create your own Linktree, right? Why not? Why not create your own Linktree? You could probably create your own Linktree really quickly in a single index HTML file, right? I mean, a Linktree is just nicely styled static links. You could probably even use a JSON file, right, to like describe the links, and then just import the JSON file and render it out using JavaScript. Actually, I think ECMAScript 2025 introduced support for importing JSON files directly without a bundler. JSON import. And I think it's got support in most of the major browsers. Yeah, ECMAScript 2025 officially introduced JSON modules and import attributes. So you can use it, I think, I'm pretty sure, in almost all the browsers now. So you could technically have a file that's links.json, and then you could have an index.js and an index HTML file, and you could just render your JSON onto the page when it loads. I'm too lazy to set up HTML today, so I'm going to use the site for that. Fair enough. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Linktree. There's nothing wrong with Linktree. It's a good service. But I'm almost 100% certain. Yeah, so you can write this now, which is really cool. And then I think it's supported in all the major browsers. Yeah, look at that. That's awesome. No bundler required. Don't need to even set up Vite or anything. So if you have data that you don't care is publicly accessible, if the data is just going to be painted on the page anyways, just stick it in a JSON file, and then you have structured data that you can work with. That's pretty awesome. Thank you, browser standards, people. Bringing us all the goodies. All right, I'm going to finish this guy up, and then I think we'll wrap things up for the day. I'll be back tomorrow morning, but let's see. We are going to do bool and comments. So we'll say f.pick random, and then we can pass in true, false. Call is ambiguous between, oh, there we go. Then we can have an array of comments, and this one I'm going to have a comment.generate, which I haven't made yet. So we'll say public static faker comment has a getter equals new faker of type comment dot custom instantiator new comments. This just needs to be text, so we can say f dot lorem dot text, f dot lorem dot text, f dot lorem dot txt. Everyone's happy now. We can also shorten this namespace. Oh, and then the other thing we need to do is here, instead of just saying we want this to always return true for the has feedback. So what we'll do is we'll come down here and we'll say, yes, generate me a response, but always set the has feedback equals to true. Like that. Then we'll come down here and we'll say, this should still be failure. I'm also going to do var comment equals test data factory dot comment dot generate. And I'm gonna set both of these. We'll say comments equals the comment that we generated. And then down here what I'll do is I'll say results, or no, var feedback should equal results it should be result as a failure. Sorry guys, I'm gonna finish this up and then I'll come right back to chat. One sec. So we'll say feedback dot exception, I think is what I want. No, not exception. This should have a comments property on it. Exception dot. How did I do this? So this is a failure, which takes an exception, which is of type feedback, and then it should have comments. So result as failure, and then it should be var, call this failure, var feedback equals result dot exception. Gosh dang it, failure dot exception dot as feedback, because that's the underlying type. And then feedback dot comments dot should be equivalent to our comments. So if I did everything right, this should pass. So let's refresh. Try again. Sorry guys, I got distracted by trying to finish that test. Nice. Okay, it passes. Cool. All right, a few questions, and then I think I'm gonna hop. It was kind of funny to hear the way you said drugs and alcohol. Yeah. I have several friends with kids, so I completely understand. Yeah. Yeah, it's not even so much about kids, really. It's just it's just never been my thing, you know? It's just never been, even in high school, you know, when we were freshman, sophomore in high schools, and all my buddies that I played football with started kind of going that way, just in terms of like they were partying and doing things like that. I just never followed along. Still was friends with them, still hung out with them, just when those activities kicked off, I'd usually see myself out. Important questions. Why didn't you try for Google or Microsoft? Sora, I think is how you say your name. Sara, maybe. Um, you mean like why didn't I apply to work at Google or Microsoft? Is that what you're asking? I don't know. I never thought about working at Google or Microsoft. I don't think I could now because they're all they both those companies I think have implemented return to offices policies. Trying to make iOS Note app using Swift. Any idea or features you'd like to have? Yeah, you need to make sure that your Note app has the feature to reference other notes easily, like Obsidian does. Should be able to very easily link notes to one another. Every Note application should support that, in my opinion. And it should be effortless to do, right? Just like in Obsidian, you just double square brackets and you're off to the races. Is it? Yeah, it's double square brackets. Yeah. Syed Mohammed, thanks for subbing. I appreciate you. Do you have a link tree, Stephen? I don't have a link tree. My personal website is just like I said, it's a very simplistic site, but I probably should at some point revisit it. I think I'd like to revisit. So I'd like to revisit this homepage. This is, I guess you could say, this kind of serves as my link tree because it links to all the different stuff that I have out there. But I'd like to redo this page, and then I'd also like to have a resume page, a resume.stephenfreeborn.com, which I don't currently have. I'd also like to have a hire.stephenfreeborn.com page that I haven't written. But maybe I could build my own Linktree page that lives at links.stephenfreeborn.com or something like that. Might be a fun project. Could be a fun project to work on when we write Go, right? Could build just like a server-side rendered links page in Go. Might be a good project for November. Kind of started later in life. A friend suggested it would help with some of the issues I deal with. It was night and day difference. That's fantastic, man. It's great to find things like that help you live a better life, whatever that is. That's wonderful, man. But they have such a beautiful working environment. I don't know because I've never worked at Google or Microsoft, but I think those companies both, Google's based in California, right? And then Microsoft's based in near Seattle. I would probably consider moving to Seattle. I wouldn't consider moving to California. Traffic's terrible. Weather's really nice. Super expensive to live there. Cost of living super ridiculous. Cost of housing's even more ridiculous than the cost of living. And I already think the cost of housing here in Kansas City is unbelievable. So if I moved to California, I would probably never have the hopes of owning a home. And at least here in Kansas City, while it feels like it's going to take me a long time to be able to purchase a house, at least I hope at some point I'll be able to do it. But if you're thinking Microsoft and Google would be awesome places to work, I would encourage you to apply if you're in a position in your life where you can do that. I'm at a position in my life where my kids are pretty much in school and I'm not going to move my family or my kids. So I pretty much I'm either going to work for companies here in Kansas City or I'm going to work remotely. And if I can't work remotely for you, then I'm kind of geographically constrained to KC. Obviously, there's a dollar figure that would change that. If Meta came to me and offered what they're offering the machine learning researchers, I saw a news story that Meta offered one guy like several $1 million, like lots of money. Yeah, if somebody offers you that much money, it doesn't really matter where you live or what you do. That's life-changing money. I'm in Florida. It's getting as expensive as Cali. That sucks. That really sucks. Yeah, everywhere is getting expensive, but some states are just kind of orders of magnitude, right? Different. I'm all about low cost of living. Black $1 billion was crazy. Was it $1 billion? I saw it was a news story, and maybe I made this up. Maybe I'm hallucinating. Meta offers. Is it a billion? Was it a billion? Meta makes $1 billion job offer. Oh my gosh, I missed that one. They offered $1 billion. Holy shit. AI researcher turns down $1 billion. He turned it down? What? The $1 billion deal would be based on performance, likely a difficult one to achieve. Oh. Well, yeah, if the deal is structured, if the offer is structured in such a way that you'll never see that billion, I can understand. Meta returned with a revised offer of $250 million over 4 years, with potentially $100 million of that to be paid. Oh, this is a New York Times article. God, could you imagine? Let's see. The company promised him $125 million in stock and cash over 4 years. It was not enough. They returned with $250 million over 4 years, with a potentially up to $100 million of that to be paid in the first year. Okay, that deal is one I'm taking. 250 over 4, 100 in 1. I would probably though negotiate to say I want an option at 1 year to leave, right? So if I work a year for you, and if it sucks, if in the first month I find out working for you sucks, I will suck it up for 11 more months. I'll get my 100 million and I will leave. That would be crazy. That's probably never going to be my life, but I am glad for those people. You know what I mean? I'm always for everyone getting there. So you should always get yours. Never feel bad about negotiating for money. The world is constantly going to try to convince you that you are not worth what you think you're worth. Don't let them do it. Don't let them do it. Michael, thank you for subbing, man. I appreciate it. No, it was for a girl. The girl started her own company, ex-ChatGPT employee. Very cool. OpenAI CTO is the most valued employee in history. Really? That's Murray? What was her name? OpenAI. Yeah, Mira. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Mira Murati. But she's no longer there anymore, right? She started her own company. What's up, Sogo? Minimum 16-hour workdays, 6 days a week. Look at those 44 likes. Uh-oh, did we really get 44 likes? Does that mean Sogo, do I have to do it? I don't want to delete the code. I'll reset the branch, but I don't want to delete the code. Is the leak code grind worth it for entry-level jobs and startups? I don't know. I mean, I think leak code definitely makes you a better developer, better programmer. I think any amount of reps solving problems with code makes you a better developer. If you don't want to do the leak code grind, though, I understand. I think it's possible to get a job without doing the leak code grind. I think there is definitely a group of people who work in the hiring of companies who don't value leak code as a proxy for talent anymore. So maybe you just need to find a place that doesn't put as much importance on that. But it's difficult. It's difficult to offer a lot of good advice, because I don't know what your situation is. How badly do you need the job? Do you already have a job? Like, if you can afford to be picky, be picky. If you can't afford to be picky and you need a job, well, you're just gonna have to grind and do what it takes to get that job. Like I'm kind of a realist in that way. At the end of the day, if you need to make a nut, you got to make the nut. Whatever that requires. Sogo, no, you don't. No, only joke. Okay, Sogo, thank you for letting me off the hook. I appreciate that. Block. Have you considered living abroad? Oh, for sure. At least like once a month I look at my wife and I say, why do we live in Kansas? Why don't we move to Ireland? I would love to live in Have you guys ever seen pictures of Edinburgh? Borough. I think that's how you say it. It's the capital of Scotland. I tell her like once a month. I'm like, why do we live in Kansas? Let's move here. Let's raise our family here. And she's like, no, we can't do that. I think we would. I think both of us actually would be totally down for this if we could live there and also visit family. But I don't think we're in a position financially where we could live there and afford to either fly back home or fly people to us, you know? So family's a big deal, you know, like definitely living abroad would be cool, but you have to sacrifice like closeness and geography and being able to visit family, especially when you have kids too. Like that's something with kids, like you want your kids to know their cousins, you want them to know their aunt and uncles and their grandmas and their grandpas. And so while it would be really cool to raise them abroad, you know, to have that experience, it's the sacrifice is just too much at this point. Maybe if Meta offers me $100 million salary though, then it wouldn't matter. Then I could fly my family to see me and fly myself to see my family whenever I wanted. The Isle of Mole? What's that? Isle of Mole? Hold on. I'm going to do this off screen. I'm always scared when you guys ask me to search things up. Oh wow, that's super pretty. Yeah, look at that. That's super pretty. Whew. Yeah, those are the pictures where I think when a place like this exists on planet Earth, why do I live in Kansas? um, the one that always gets me, Artwork Studios, the place that always gets me when I'm looking at. Let me turn off this counter too, because I'm done writing code. I'm done writing code. The place that always gets me is the Swiss Alps. When I see pictures of the Swiss Alps, I always think that it's made up. There's no way that this place exists. Like there's no way this is real. But people tell me it's real. Like look at that. That doesn't look like it should be a thing. Giving this website free advertising to my hundreds of thousands of viewers. But yeah, that's the Swiss Alps are the ones that always do it for me. I see the pictures and I'm like, whew. There's actually a YouTube channel I watch quite a bit. I don't watch it, I listen to it more than anything. It's called Flavor Trip. It makes for pretty good. They make for pretty good coding music actually. If you need to go heads down and really accomplish a lot of work, this is a really fun channel. To listen to. They have a channel. They have a video where they do house music basically in the Swiss Alps. Yeah, here it is. Let's see. Mute it. Okay, so look at that background. Like that doesn't look real. This looks like it's green screened, but this is not green screened. This is a real place. It's unbelievable. Yeah, but yeah, Flavor Trip. You should subscribe to them. They put out a video every so often. They're not like an everyday type of channel, but their videos are like 2 or 3 hours long of just really good music and really beautiful places. Put it on in the background. Put it on a TV in the background while you're coding and working. Makes for good vibes. All right, guys. It's 8:41. I think I'm gonna head upstairs and go hug my family and tell them good morning and enjoy the Sunday together. Little late here. No worries, man. Glad you stopped by. For me, I don't believe mountains are real, but hey, they are. Yeah, when you see a mountain, you feel small and you think that can't be real. Dismal. She changed her spawn point. Block. I get, but Europe has free healthcare though, and a lot of C# devs form Reddit. Oh, nice. Very cool. All right. Yep. I'm gonna see you guys. Great channel soon. Thank you very much, Diaz Wise. I appreciate that. I'm around, so real quick before you guys go, if you're new here, if you want to interact with me outside of stream, the best place to find me and chat is in the Discord. So we have a Discord server. It's much more our server than it is my server. So you're welcome to join there. You can chat with me, chat with anyone from chat that's there too. Most days I do stream here on YouTube only. I don't really stream anywhere else. I stream on YouTube from 4:15 a.m. to usually about 7 a.m. during the week, and then on the weekends I'll usually go a little bit later, just because my family usually sleeps in, and it's the weekend. Don't have work to be at. So if you see me live, please stop in again. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me this morning. And with that, I'll say my customary sign off. If it's Sunday for you, I hope you have a wonderful Sunday. If it's Monday for you, because time zones are weird, I hope you have a wonderful Monday. And if I don't see you in a video or short later today, I hope you guys have a great rest of your week, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye, Artwork Studios. Bye, Dismal. Bye, Adios Wise. Bye, Block. AA Design Excellence. See ya. Bye, everybody. Bye, chat. Bye. See you guys.